side for you. Show no love, cause you was up. Look at yourself in the mirror like, what the fuck? Damn, I look good, and can't nobody feel like I could. Yeah, okay, I got a little fat butt. My shorty told me that he like it like that. I'm happy, another me that never can be. See, I'm so outstanding. Don't care if they can't stand me. Sitting on top of the world like me. See, I look too good for this necklace, and I look too good to be wearing it. You know I look way too good to be innocent. I'm conceited, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be driving that, and I look too good to be buying that. You know I look way too good to be trying that. I'm conceited, I got a reason. Now, who's that peeking in my window? Nobody, cause I live in a penthouse. Baby, I'm sorry, but I'm sexy, and all I want you to do is just let's see. This kid that I'm waiting on, he said he loved when my jeans look painted on. With a tight white tee, you ain't quite like me, probably. While I'm always getting hated on, I sure they tryna push up on me like a wonder bra. So when I speak, I wouldn't want you to take it wrong. Now, number one, I don't need you. Your name's Q, I only see you when I see you. Listen to, you can never play me, cause I'm such a lady. It's all about me, I don't wanna talk about it. If you like to hear it go. I wrote a song about it. See, I look too good to be crushing you, and I look too good to be loving you. You know I look way too good to be stuck with you. I'm conceited, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be getting with, and I look too good to be having it. You know I look way too good to be in the crib. I'm conceited, I got a reason. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't stop my body from moving. I'm popping and popping to the music. He's watching me and he's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it. He's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it. Dropping it hotter than the door for the snoozing. Face down, hands up, some I'm out of control with it. Dip it low, pick it up slow, poke it out narrow with it. My thong showing, but it's cool, my shoes roll with it. Now all I need is a room with a pole in it. See, I look good and I'm knowing it, but I was never too proud to be showing up. See, I look too good for this necklace, and I look too good to be wearing it. You know I look way too good to be innocent. I'm conceited, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be driving that, and I look too good to be buying that. You know I look way too good to be trying that. I'm conceited, I got a reason. What the fuck?
Thank you for the song.
What the fuck?
Put your ass away, child!
Heyfair 444 just subscribed. Carl's Crocs, Carl's Gritty, Carl's Crocs.
Hello?
Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Joel?
pussy tossing.
What's that for?
Pussy tossing.
She'll be back. No, I was eating some
Heyfair
bread.
444 has
Thank you
given
so
5
much.
subs.
What the
Naughty
hell?
Boy.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. You are giving people ad-free viewing for Red Dead later and now. That's really, really kind. Hey, Faye, thank you. I genuinely really appreciate that. And thank you for your resub. Guys, if you were gifted a sub, please make sure you say thank you. That is so damn kind. Holy shit. Did not expect that. Thank you. Hi, guys. How are you? I really wanted to yap before we play Red Dead, and I'm on early, so I thought we could do both. And I've had this on my my little wish list for a hot minute. Of course I want to make a video easy. Are you kidding me? I want to make a blockbuster. I'm ready. So I thought we could do some simulating and some yapping, and then we'll jump into Red Dead. I tried to set up my Switch, but I had some tech issues. But honestly, it's probably a good thing anyway, because I promised Red Dead today. So in a couple days, we'll have like a full Pacopia stream, because if you don't know, if you don't have me on Instagram, a miracle happened and Nintendo Australia came through and said, yeah, I want you to play. I didn't expect them to even send me a Switch, but they sent me a controller as well. Like, what the hell? Hello? So, that means you will get Nintendo content. I'm very excited. Yeah, Dweebs, it looks so cool. Hi Nero, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Hey Faye, again. That is so kind. I appreciate you. I know they sent me gear. Like, what the hell? I'm very grateful. So, yes. So I was going to do that today, but I thought, well, I promised Red Dead, and I want to give you a full stream of it. Like, I don't want to do two games. I want to play it the whole stream, you know? So if you're in the States, I think it will be Sunday for you or Monday for me. If anything else changes, you know, I'll figure it out. But that's probably the goal. Yeah. Hi Bliss, hi Nero, hi M, hi Lexi. 80 streaks crazy. Hello? And then you know I love simulators, and this looks so cool. So we go for it. Jess and Mike as well. Sorry, Mickey. Mickey, you changed your color. Lurk away, doll. Do what you need to do. What's the music like? Ooh. Oh my god. Video drop. Guys, I remember renting VHS so, like, vividly. This is crazy. We need to change back. True. Dweebs, you gotta be. Mike, thank you for 80 as well. Holy shit. And 35 Pickle, thank you. Thank you so much. 1990, the golden age of movie rentals, and your dreams about to become a reality. You are now the proud owner of a video store. Your first day is about to begin, but the shop needs a little love. I can't believe this. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Hey, girl.
Dweebs_AU just subscribed.
I
GG's for
changed
being
some-
humble and grateful for your chat.
Yeah, obviously. Nah, I'm joking. You gotta be. Thank you so much, Dweebs. I appreciate that. Thank you. I turned these down, but now I kind of want to turn them back up because my computer was literally, it felt like about to combust. So let me see if that makes a difference. I'm just being... Butterfly affects... Wait. You better butterfly effect Netflix and end it. What happened? Oh my god. What the hell? Oh, this is cool. Buy shelves. Pick up your shelves in the back store. The back store. Oh. Oh. Sorry. I was like... Sorry. I'm so sleepy today. I was like, what do you mean? What's wrong? Sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right. I actually can't believe... I mean, it makes sense, but it's kind of crazy how it all worked out. Like, I vividly remember how good rentals were. Check the calendar. What does this mean? Ooh, that's fun. A new release is out. Harvest Festival. Look, Friday the 13th. That's fun. What the hell? No, I feel like I've been summoned. No. Video killed the radio star. Yeah, charges for not rewinding the tapes. I know. You would rewind those things so quick because you didn't want to get fucking, charged? What the hell? I still have a GameCube games from Blockbuster that I rented and never took back. May! Get her! No, I'm kidding. That's so funny. Honestly, pop off, doll. Design tool. What? You don't have to pay for it? Huh? That's fun. Oh. So you can really design this thing. Uh-oh, guys, we're screwed. We're so screwed. Oh my... what? This feels like... I don't know how to feel about this. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is so cool. Are you joking it? From your computer, order movie bundles in the market tab. Movie bundle. 10 random movies? What? Scary weightlifter flick. My doll never called. The jester executioner. My toaster never called. Fishbowl baking on a Sunday. What the hell? This is so cool. What? This feels so nice. I thought that curtain fall over my tentacle. That's one for Ping. What the hell? Late Greedy. Hi Terrell, you're not late. This feels really nice. What the hell? This feels real nice. I love this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. So sad that I never went to a store like Blockbuster. There was one in where I live, but I never got in. Now there's a bar there, I think. What? They should have saved the, they should have kept the name Blockbuster. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. That's so cool. Ah. I love that. Name your store. Oh, no. 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 That's crazy. That's crazy, guys. Guys, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hold. Hold. Calling, thank you. Focus, guys, focus. Yeah, people who are rented porn are a different breed. Cock thrusters, guys, nut busters. Ugh. What if Nintendo pop in? I have to be good. Ass busters? VH. the store to rent movies and stuff, but rewind the tapes. Anyway, so today I had a thought, and that is I really hope Netflix doesn't get invented, because that's us, and I want tapes. No, okay. VH sexy, VH yours. You can write a lot. Holy shit. Character limit. Okay. VH sexy tapes, but also family friendly. Close to my idea, Tammy. How are you, doll? Be kind, rewind. Yeah, imagine having to be like, alright, I really blockbusted? Leggy's way. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Hey! How y'all doing? Still waiting for my ad. Tammy! 90! I had a dream, guys, that I put on a stream with max ads, turned off no ads for subscribers, so everyone had ads, and I just slept. I just left my stream on all night. I'm like, what? What's the point? There'd be one person in there like, girl, what are you doing? But what if? It'd be funny to watch the VOD back to see if anyone types anything. But that's crazy. Look at that spread. Okay. Spread it, boy. Oh. Okay. Reruns aren't still a thing. But that would have been hilarious. I know, Leah. That's because you guys are sweet. Max ads and fishing, I'm in. I'm not joking. I knew a big stream that did that. I won't name names. Hey. Get your coin. Isn't that subathons? I guess if people sleep, yeah. Oh my god. Jeffy. Jeffy, don't. Don't. I'm emotional today. Jeffy.
Jeffy Pick has donated 100
No,
Australian
stop.
dollars.
Oh god.
Proud of you, BB.
Thanks. Jeffy, why are you doing that? Girl. I'm what? I'm 18 minutes in, and now it's gone. Now the concealer's bloody gone, doll. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Bitch, don't do that. Girl. You can't break me like this 18 minutes into stream. It's 9:40 a.m. It's 9:40 a.m. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. Stop it, you fuck. Kiss me on the lips if you're gonna do that. Tammy, not the big Kermie. Thank you, doll. Thank you. Jesus. Us two are most bitches. Me being like, okay, I'm emotional, but I'm fine today. I'm not like nothing. I'm all good. Thank you so much. Cool. Guys, I've got to need to just chill. I'm too emotional today. Holy. Thank you. Don't you toss your pussy. I'm going to be...
Holy Cats has gifted 10 subs.
Oh, God. You know what? Holy, that's a sign. Because last night... Chris is like, you should make alerts that give you a random outcome. And I was like, oh, I could change the 10 gifted to have like random alerts so you don't know which one you're going to get. Like, that sounds fun. And then I was like, oh, I don't know. I'll think about it. Thank you so much, Holy. That's really, really generous. Thank you, Tammy and Jeffy. Girl. Girl, daddy's favorite. Heard we're crying today. Holy, yes. I'm so emotional. Stop it. Thank you so much. We pussy tossing? I don't know what we're doing. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it. I just wanted to yap a little bit today before Red Dead. But I didn't expect any of this, so thank you. That's really, really, really generous. Don't cry, mama. I'm just really emotional. Serve 3 customers. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate it, guys. So much. Checkout system. I really need to change my name, but I will soon. Let's cry at the club. I'm down to cry at the club. I'm interested. I'm interested. Hey, boy. Damn, he looks zesty. What are you gonna rent, babe? We can all cry at the club. Oh, look, his a little thing. Oh my god, everyone's here. Hi, what are you doing? What's this? Ooh, $4. Oh, okay. Closed drawer. Oh god.
Yeah! Get that pussy out, girl!
Work for that rent. Amount due. Oh, okay.
Just gonna drop these on my way to therapy. See y'all in a bit. Love you.
Proud of you. Thank you for thank you for dropping some nice tits. If so, get loved on, Bay. They're being very, very naughty. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Eb. Thank you, Doll. Oh my god. This is really nice. This is a really nice game. Store flyers. Get the word out. You can carry up to 5 flyers. Oh, so I'm gonna... No, thank you for that alert. Here, babe. Don't leave your store unattended. Why? Why can't I do that? It's my store. Oh, my bad. Hey, what's up? You cannot... Okay, how do I put this back?
Holy shit!
Oh.
That's 437 bits!
Hey.
I love this community and
Thank
love you,
you,
doll. Less than
Leah.
3. Happy to be here.
I am so sensitive today. Watch what you say. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Lizzie. Oh, that was the... I still can't believe that came out of my mouth. I think I saw reviews, Jules. That's why I wasn't going to play that one. Oh, Leah. Doll, we can get it out. Eb, Leah, Lizzie, Holy, Tammy, and again, Jeffy. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. And enjoy your lurk. I less than 3, you guys. Got a horror recommendation? I can recommend you a horror. You should watch this one.
Oh.
Looks great. Appreciate it. No worries, King. I'm with you. Hey, Twink. You gave me $50. Thank you.
I could take your mans if I want to, but lucky for you, I don't want to.
Oh my god, John.
New video
Where's
store.
the porn,
eh?
doll?
Where's the porn, doll?
Oh, wouldn't you like
Daddy
to know,
needs
doll?
a wank.
Daddy needs a wank. It's crazy. Hi, Brandy. What about less than 2? They're just trying to break me, and they've already broken me, to be honest. I was... How long into my stream was I? 18 minutes, and I cried. Fumbling the bag. I'm sorry, guys. I failed you. Wait, new store, new name. Daddy needs a wank. Wait, Daddy's favorite should be the name of it. Hey, girl. What'd you buy, bitch? Oh, someone's watching movies tonight. Love that for you, queen. There you go, babe. Carlina Cappuccina. Amy, what? What did I say? How do I edit it? Emily, how are you as well? Everyone, hello. I'm gonna do Daddy's favorite. Spooky. That's the fuzz. Delicious buttered chicken. Okay, chef. Ark, it's so good. Hey, guys, come in. Hey, babe. Hey, sexy. How are you? Cotton candy. This is honestly looking like a really fun sim. it feels really easy to like navigate, but it's also really cool. Hello, what are you after? My dad left when I was a kid. Ugh. Do you have a family drama to cheer me up? And I would enjoy a good movie more. The special effects of bad movies always take me out of the story. Drama. I totally understand, King. I totally get it. What about my grandpa love affair?
Oh.
No worries. Hey, babe. These are really good classics. Two brothers and a whatever that was. Okay. Thank you. So you're going with this? Okay, that's fine. Yep, $4. No worries. Here's $1 change. Yep. Hey, babe. Ooh. Okay, sure. Two Brothers in a Fist. I love that film. I love Two Brothers in a Fist. Oh my god. Okay. Scan a movie to begin. Hi, Nelly. That was a good one. I kicked my feet a little. Wait, guys, we're back. Use door to finish the day. Close door. A client. Oh, what are you doing here, babe? What the hell? Where did she come from? She snuck in. Guys, we need all $46. Guys, why are you here? She's trying to sneak up on me. The hell? Sorry I'm late. I need this movie. Well, come on then. Come on, doll. I have to rewind tapes. $2. Oh my god, that emote, Leah. Thank you guys. I really appreciate all of that. So much. So much. I'm closing my door. Okay, $72. That emote's so funny. That's literally me right now. Hi, Cammy. How are you, doll? They did not put the... What's that thing called? The sound? That's so cool. The TMX, that's right. Calendar's updated. This is really cool. This is my favorite thing. A newly released movie will be available to purchase on the new tab. This is so cool. So it has a calendar, guys. So you can be like, oh, okay. I should put out more horror movies. Tape dealer Tuesday through to Thursday. Tape dealer. Tape dealer. What day is it? Monday. Okay. Oh my god, look at this. You can return and hold up to 10 movies at a time. Are we rewinding these? Click the movie on the right to start return process. Scan 5 movies. Oh god. They didn't rewind it. How dare they? Charge them! David! Some movies are reserved by customers. Place the movie in the reserve shelf to the left. The customer will come by and pick up his movie. Oh, okay. Sure. Sure, King. This game is way too cozy. This is way too good. Hi, Dill. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I just realized then. Huli and David, hello. I lived it. Yep. Hi, Nelly. Oh, Nelly, I hope everything works out for you. You come in with good news. Totally valid to feel that way. Where are the drugs? Wait, no one... Don't I need more movies? other movies. They haven't returned it to me. Yay! I'm so glad you got it. Yippee! Used to work at a video store. I used to go to a video store way too... Oh, yes. Way too much. Those were the days. Emily, sometimes you just gotta throw it on the ground, babe, you know? Hey, guys. Welcome in. There is an outside Dropbox. They've honestly made this so... Like, this is... I hate that I'm saying this, guys. But it's gonna be hard for me to switch to Red Dead if this keeps... If this doesn't turn bad, we're fucked. It is so cute. Oh my god. Oh, Jess, look at us go. My neighbor's on the reservation. Yes, one moment, babe. Thank you so much. Yep. Oh, hello. Yep, no worries. Have a great time. Hi, Twink. 3? Who's coming over tonight, babe? What is this face? I love their faces. If I can say that. Because I'm making money. My god, guys. They kind of look Twinkie in the best way. And I'm saying that with so much love in my life. In my heart. Because I love Twinks. Thank you for the sub. Hey, babe.
Put your ass away, child.
Amaz
Grace.
Zingrace just subscribed.
Blood.
Carl's Loom
Yes, I can give you a horror to watch. Psycho, let's give you this. No worries, babe. I love your face. No, stop that. Oh, someone's calling. One moment. Ooh. I don't think we have that. Artifact. I think we just rented... Oh, no, we have it. Okay. Hey, babe. Thank you, Grace. How are you, sweets? I'm looking for Pussitas in the movie.
Put your ass away, child.
I'm interested.
Killer Konami just subscribed.
Thank you for 8 months.
I'm looking
and
for
35,
Pussy
Grace.
the movie.
Oh, we have that movie, all right. Boy, don't we? Oh, that's cool. You can hold it and scan. Reserved. Okay, babe. Stunning. Stunning. All they need is someone to ask you, do you have the movie with the guy? You know, the guy? I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, it's right here. Guys, this game is so well made. What the hell? This is real nice. Where they do the thing? Yes, the thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Hey guys, what are you after? Do I just see jiggle physics? Ooh, all that? Okay. I know, I do miss videos. I miss the feeling of like we would spend so much time in a Video Easy or a Blockbuster picking our 10 movies out or whatever, like, or like 3 brand new movies. I don't know, it was such a vibe. Oh, okay, cowboy hat. Kind of scary, but slaying. My friends keep quoting classic movies. I never understand what they're talking about. Do you have any old movies with lots of famous quotes? A horror film with a famous quote. What? Oh. Why are you angry? What the hell? What did I do? Oh, he rejected my thing? That's embarrassing. Hi, John. How are you, John? Oh, you reserved that? Of course you did. Here you go. Doing a Friday night at the start of school holidays, picking out weeks worth of movies. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. What a time. I'm sad that so many people couldn't experience that. So many people don't even know what we're talking about right now. The Jester Executioner? Sure. Hey, King. Hey, baby. The Shinin. Thanks, babe. Wow, what a day, guys. What a day. We're really doing it. I have so many good memories. Hi, gamer. I'm good, John. I'm good. A little bit of mosh today. People made me cry before. Good cry. Good cry. I'm alright. I'm just a bit of marsh. Just a bit of marsh. But I'm excited to start Pacopia in a couple days. I was going to do it today, but I had some tech issues and I was like, you know what? I did promise other games. I got to like commit to it. Emily. Guys, if you don't have Instagram, I want you to know that I was so lucky. Nintendo ANZ said, yeah, we'll send you a Switch and Pacopia, but they didn't say they were going to send me a whole fucking care package. Look. How cute. I got it late last night. So, we will be playing that in a couple days. Thanks, guys. I'm very, very, very lucky because there's no way I would have been able to play that without Nintendo's help. It's way too expensive for me to get. It's impossible. So, without them, we wouldn't have paid it anytime soon anyway. So, I'm very, very grateful. Place your bet. Oh, I'm not too sure. Match. There you go. Oh, Oh, lost my job. My partner left me. Oh, God. Oh, sad drama. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you so much. It also opens up other Switch games too. It also came with Mario Kart World, guys. Uh-oh. One margarita is so funny. Marley and me. Oh. Guys, we're going racing. But anyway, so I'm very, very grateful for that. Didn't expect that to happen at all, to be honest. Tabby, that's exactly how I felt when I saw the package yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? Hello? I'm very, very grateful, though, to my new management team because it's really good to finally work with Australian brands. My other management team, lovely people, but they're American. Again, lovely, but they didn't have any contacts to Aussie peeps. So I couldn't, I missed out on so many opportunities because of that. And it's not their fault, you know? No, exactly, Freedom. Exactly. There's no, all of that. Not that I need the controller. New tab on the computer. There is no way I could have got all that. That's why I was kind of okay, well, it sucks, but it sucks that I can't play it for everyone, but yeah, it's okay. No big deal. So it's a miracle, honestly. The new Kirby game? Really? No. Ooh. This looks fun. I'm buying 10. Black market. And then I'll also buy a shelf for the new release. Oh wait, new releases. Shit. Oh shoot. Damn it. Do you have a loan system? Can I sell that? Not a loan. I know I'm the worst. Uh-oh, new releases. Uh-oh. What are we gonna do? Oh, is this a cardboard cutout? Oh, that's so cool. He will kill you. Straight to the point. Yeah, Tammy, exactly. Exactly right. Why is one rainbow? Why is one rainbow? What does that mean? What the hell? Rewind, of course. Of course. Special edition? Oh, this game is way too nice. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. I didn't notice I'd got... Oh, I didn't notice... Oh. I didn't notice I did different shelves. Oh. My bad. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning. Nice. One moment! Some customers return their rentals late. One moment! One moment, please! Charge him. Sure. Okay. Can I change the amount I charge for rentals? This is so cool. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oh, clearance bin. Oh. Guys, this game is like a dream game for me. Guys, look, they even have Sheriff Andy. And Power Patrol. Oh, I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. Oh my God, they have the fucked up blinds. Hi, why do you have glasses on? Nostalgia. There's some jiggle physics. Hey babe, what do you need? A new release? Do I ever? I'm gonna give you the special gay version, babe.
Oh.
No worries. Hey. Limited edition. That's cool. I can actually smell them as well, you're right. That's what I miss about, I guess when DVDs came out, they always had, I don't think they do that anymore, but they always used to have, I don't know, like extras? They would have blooper reel and stuff. God, we had it good. We had it so good. I know. I feel like the art of film, and while there's been some really good ones, I feel like the art of film isn't as good. Oh, sloppy. Ooh. My date wants to do a movie quiz at school, so I need to catch up on classics. Can you give me an old one to start with? What looks old? Well, what did you want me to give you? I'm confused. Yeah, the games.
Thank you for the sub.
You're going on dates? What the hell?
Put your ass away, child.
What the hell?
Page year later just subscribed. Some DVDs also had games.
Trash
We were
Tabs,
living
hello?
the dream and didn't realize it.
Oh. That's really nice. Thank you. What is that for? That's very, very sweet. Thank you. That's very, very kind. You can't make me cry more today, guys. I can't handle it. I can't. Paigey, thank you for 39. We were living the dream. What the hell? The Jester? Finally, you pick it up, babe. Dates in this economy? What the hell? Guys, you can't tell me I'm not in Twink Town, and I love it. Hey, baby. Come in and find out. I would love to own a store like this, but like no one would buy it, obviously. Buy anything, but you know, imagine though. 1 minute, I'm returning. Oh, reserved. Okay, sure. Hey, babe, 1 second. Reserved again. Okay. 1 moment. I'm busy that day. Drama. Shoot. Ape on the bridge. Oh. I don't think good things about this one. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. When do we have to hire some minions to help us out? Good point. Although I'm at a point in this game so far where I want to do everything because it's all fun. But they'll get to a point where I go, no. Level 6 and level 20. There you go. Who's the person that didn't rewind the tape? Ashley. Bye. Hey, King. Scary weightlifter flick. Sure thing. Ooh. I didn't realize. Oh. Oh. I get it. The shelves change. For what? Like, yeah. So I put a drama on a horror thing just then and it changed to drama. That's good to know. Cool. I was going to say, that was horror a second ago. That's nice. That's very nice. Because I was like, I didn't order a specific shelf. But that's nice. Here you go, King. Ooh. Thanks, babe. God damn it. Hey. The Grandpa Love Affair. Now, I'd watch that.
Ooh.
Mix when... Oh, did it, Em? Okay. Cool. That's good to know. Guys, am I a hermit? Because knocking scares me. Yes. Hey. Bootleg movies for half the market value, exclusive adult titles, and the occasional holographic rarity, only the good stuff. Yummy cupcake, double swirl hag. That's me. My biscuit at school. Award gone with the wind. Oh, I'm getting all of them. Thank you, Daddy. I have adult movies. Woo! Hey. Oh my God, I'm so excited to sell Yummy Cupcake. Oh, I'm so excited, guys. I'm so excited. Slush Machine! Oh, this game is way too good. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Improve your shop with decorations, snack displays, arcade machines, and other goodies to draw in more customers. Keep an eye out for special events like Fall Harvest Festival. Unlock new movie genres. Oh. I got naughty stuff. Guys, look at this calendar. It's so cool. So Tuesdays and Thursdays are the tape dealer. The tape dealer's outside. And we had a new release day. But it shows you all the, like, this is so cool that you have different things. Oh my God, Ping. Hey, baby. How are you? I want a shelf, but I can't afford it. But what I can do is I can put mixed on here. Adult. Double swirl hag. I can't believe that. Yummy Cupcake and double swirl hag for adult film. Ping likes my boobies. Oh, sorry. That's crazy. Can't believe I said that. No, I've said worse. Alright, bitch. What? Me when I moved into the new place. Yep. Semi-reserved. Okay. They honestly have done so well with this game. It feels so easy to do everything. Exactly. Pig. Should they be behind a curtain? Will, we should do that. Once I have more money in the game, I will definitely make like an adult section. I will. This is such a cool game! I'm so happy to be playing this game. This is sick. I think Gran would like this movie too. I want someone to buy the adult film. Can I buy adult films? Ooh. 5 random movies. I'm gonna buy that. I can't afford it, but pff, look at me go. Oh, I guess I can put mixed here. Come on, do it. Do it, pussy. Yeah, I know you want to do it. Yeah, double swirl hag. Oh, Yummy Cupcake. Okay, slut. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Have a good night, King. Have a good night. Wow. My fave simulator? This one right now. No, but I think my favorites I've done was Storage Hunter, Motel Sim, Supermarket Sim, Water Park Sim, Thief Simulator, Drug Simulator. Yusuf, you sure can, baby! How are you? Jabs, what do you define as appropriate behavior? Sorry. A man of culture. He wants my Yummy Cupcake. Real. My doll never called. Of course it didn't. It's a doll. Do you want something? Oh, you want the jester? Yes. Show me your hog. Again and again. Hi, bitch. Yeah, Yummy Cupcake, huh? Yeah, good for you. One moment. Enjoy. I don't have a slushy machine. There you go, babe.
Wow.
I did. TCG. Sponsor friendly. Oh, this isn't sponsored, babe. We were talking about Hog. This is for the love of the game. You're fine, babe. Hi, Grace. How are you? I'm not even kidding. I wish this was sponsored. Easiest sponsor of my life. This is so good. The controls, the vibe. It's just... Oh, God. It's gorgeous. It's going to be hard not to play this off stream. Guys, thank you for being here today. It's good to see you. I'm very excited, if you can't tell. Rewind, of course. Oop. Wait, what the hell? Already, Grace? Drama. Wait, who rented the adult film? I didn't notice someone else rented the adult film. What the hell? Someone steal it? A new release? I sure do, King. Check this out.
Oh.
In that case, my undercarriage has been so moist today. What? Wait, same. Are we the same person? $13. No worries, babe. Hey, queen. $4, please, babe. Thank you. Hi, sweetie. Like your jumper. 46 doll hairs. Okay. Thank you. Oh, God. What a game. What a game. I have to fix the shelves, though. Which I will. Horror here. Is there any horror in here that I've missed? Oh, Big Bend. Good for you, King. And then we'll do mixed on here because we have the adult films. I think we might live forever. Carla being a sponsor for bacon would go about as well as Morris picking without wine. 17 Celsius. Mamma mia. An old classic? I got just the thing. I saw it before. Excuse me, ma'am. Sir. Oh, I don't know what's old then. I saw something old, but he's gonna hate this. An old movie. Well, babe, I don't have an old movie, sweets. So I got nothing. Let me check this. I might have some old here. No, I got nothing. Sorry, King. Hi, Axel. Oh, wait, I do actually. Daniel, yes. Yeah, wait, Yusuf. Mum and I rented the Charmed series at the library, or borrowed, sorry. Do you want to play this game? I was a kid with those... I was a kid when there was video stores. No, I understand. It's nostalgia for us. I remember, I think it was a Video Easy store, or maybe, I don't know what store it was, but I remember getting 10 VHS tapes for $10. You two might be the same person. You both would like to have Reese's candy in your mouth. That's crazy, Nate. True. But I do remember... I also remember being so strict about rewinding tapes. I don't have an old. God, I still think about going to video store and renting is a better experience. I agree. I agree. I think it was easier to do that, because we had a lot of choice, but I feel like with all the streaming platforms, we have too much choice. And it was a vibe getting excited and looking at the cover, you know, looking, it was a different experience. It was a different experience. Hi, Huff and Puff. Sorry, Puff and Stuff. Hello, doll. How are you? And Stay Lee, Axel, hello. I know. I remember picking out horror movies by cover too. We picked some awful ones, but like, you didn't Google if a movie was good or not. You had to find out, you know? Or you were like, oh, I want to rent this one, but it was already rented. And you're like, damn it. You know? Yeah, Daniel, exactly. What a time. What a bloody time. Yippee! New genre. Oh, you know it was a good movie when it was always out of stock. Yep. Yep. Also, hi, Daniel. No, this game. Now, I knew I would like it, but this just hits different because... I don't know. It hits different. I remember this. Is Dev using the same methods as Drug Dealer Sim? I don't know, because it's like similar vibes, but different. Like, definitely similar vibes, but they are different. The models. Oh, hey, tall girl. But, I was going to say the same thing, Nate. I was like, this is similar vibe. Let me do this first. Drama. Horror. I wonder if this counts as a new release. So I'm a bust in your block if you show me your Hollywood. Used to have Cats versus Dogs on VHS. I watched it every night as a wee baby. Wait, Holly. My favorite VHS when I was a kid was Toy Story. My first DVD, because we had a dual VHS DVD player when DVDs came out. Yummy cupcake's broken. Feel like pure shit. Hold. Not yummy cupcake. At least double swirl hag is good. Sorry. Can't believe I'm even saying that. I want to buy more adult films so bad. So what happens, I learnt, so if you put, say this is empty and you put horror on the shelf, it will switch to horror. If you put horror and drama together, it will say mixed. So that's how the shelves work. Daydream! That was weird. Oh, how was it, doll? Apart from weird, how are you feeling? Dante's favorite. Science fiction. Let's get 10 random movies. That's cool that they do that. 10 random movies? Oh. The bathtub's long way home. Okay. I go get another shelf. Can I afford a shelf? Oh, the popcorn. Girl. I can. Let's do the big boy. I'm spending too much money, but I need to do this. Let's do this, and let's get the science. Got a crown today? Okay, queen. No, I'm kidding. I hope you're okay. Guys, wait, is it Thursday? It's Wednesday, isn't it? It's Thursday. Oh. Oh, a toilet. All right. I really... Oh. Cool. I really want to get the movies from him. Oh. 9 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday. If you're after exclusive movies, you'll crack the door open. Okay, 9 p.m. 9 p.m., guys. Oh my god, Axel, it's way too good. I know this is really early days, and you're going to be like, girl, but this is the best simulator game I've played already, and I've played 45 minutes of it. Bathtub.
Ooh.
So good. So good. So good. It was, I think, 23 AUD. Hey. Worth every cent. Bit exy compared to, like, other Sims, but you can tell they've put a lot of effort into this game. So, it's worth it. Because you know how some Sims are, like, $8, but you can tell it's $8? You know? And... Alright, sweetheart. We're all grown-ups here. Pick me an adult movie you think I'll enjoy. You little slut. Double swirl hag for you, babe. Enjoy it. Yeah, you damaged my rental. Thank you. I'm sorry, you broke my tape, babe. What do you want me to do? Yeah, Daniel, exactly. Yeah, Tabby, they're good. And you have the nostalgia as well. And I'll show you something cool. It's really basic, but I think because we've played a lot of Sims together, you will appreciate this. 1 second, let me just do this. Oh no. Puffin. Me trying to set up my Switch earlier was so funny. I was like, girl, you can't. Alright, you press B, right? And you can design the wall for free. Like, obviously you can unlock more, but that's pretty good. Usually that's like $100 a pop. You know? I think that's really cool. You made by the same dev and they put fucking no effort in. Yes. Well, doll, you're a god for simulation. I always trust your opinions. This is real nice. Real nice. Oh, people are returning their DVDs. I'm still sad Yummy Cupcake was broken. Very upset. Not Yummy Cupcake. "13 bodies. Yep. Did you ever reserve a film, guys? I don't think I did. Always, Puffin. I got you. Daddy's favorite. Thank you, King. Hello, Daddy's favorite.
Yes.
Yep. Sure. Oh no. You did it though, NPC. Proud of you. We're really doing it. We're really doing it. The first time I went to the dentist after a hot minute a couple years ago, I went to a really lovely place. And I straight up said to her, like, listen, I'm really nervous. And I apologize for being really nervous. I don't know why I am. Maybe I had a bad experience when I was a kid. I forget. And I got so emotional, and she was like consoling me. It was so embarrassing, but she was very, very sweet. She was very, very sweet. I think the dentist assistant was like rubbing my shoulder, like, it's okay. I'm like, yeah, but it was very sweet. It was very sweet. Yeah, they probably get it so much, Ray. I was just like, oh, sorry about me. Nicole, how are you, doll? I went to go get my teeth fixed after sepsis, sorry. The dentist was like, you were too fat for this shit. What? Daniel, I'm sorry you had that experience. Huh? Excuse you? Hello? Get chairs that are inclusive, idiot. People need to sit on this chair. Not everyone's the same size, babe, and that's okay. What the hell? Oh my god, Uncle Buckenstock. Don't I ever. She's much better, Nate. We had a talk yesterday. Who's this gangster? We decided to move to Saturday because this sickness, she gets better and then she'll start living normally and then it'll get her again. So I was like, listen, have today again. Have today and Thursday and Friday, sorry. And really, really rest. And I'll see you Saturday. Like, let's not, you know, force you feeling better just to see me. Like, she is much better though. She's much, much better, but... Who is this diva? Who is this guy? I have questions. Give me a bad film so my date has a bad time. Nicholas? I don't have an adult film. But I can give you a bad...
Ooh.
I'll give you a bad film. What? Imagine that. I want to bail on this date. Oh, 1 second. Guys. Yes. Keeping my sailor oiled up. Yep. The butler's true desire. Yep. Thanks, King. Yes. I love buying those sus adult films. That makes me so happy. I forgot to tell Insta I was live. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Ah, well. I'll go to the toilet and make a post. And they're not related either. Sorry, that sounds crazy. Me on the toilet. Hey, I'm live. Daniel, thank you. You know what's so cute? You've complimented this shirt so many times. So now when I see it, I'm like, Daniel's gonna love this. No, but it's very sweet. I like it as well. I like the swirls. You have, yeah. There's 2 shirts you always compliment. It's very sweet of you. But there's like this one other shirt I wear and this shirt. You're always like, hey, I like it. I'm like, thanks. I think it's sweet. Am I not ready to close? Oh. Oh my god. Daniel, what is it? Pop quiz. Can I rent a movie? You can, Twizzy, of course. Hold. Guys, so 80% drama movie rentals, 25 chocolate bar purchases. I don't have chocolate bars. Let me see. Snack shelf. Okay, I can't get it yet. But we get drama stuff. New releases. Is that still a new release? Yeah, cool. 10 random movies. Oh, look at this. Guys, these are all the adult films. Hot Smoke, Tasting Flower, Double Swirl Tape, Double Swirl Love Seat, Yummy Doghouse, Hot Bread, Double Swirl Comedian, Tasting Trooper, Yummy Mushroom. Oh god. So I see what they're doing here. They have a few words and they just mash them together. Yummy Milk! Yummy Milk! Now I need to rent that out. I want the Hot Astronaut. That's what I'm saying. What the hell? That's a lot of double swirl. All right, guys, I'm quickly going to post on the gram and pee. They're not related. I'm just going to do both. Do I need to play an ad? Yes, I do. Go shit, girl. I'll play a quick ad for my ad list in Adaddle. But the good news is, after the ad, you'll have an hour ad free. So I'll quickly do that now. I'll be back.
In my childhood bedroom, and I'm so bored of 22. Same old nothing every day. Too old to be a runaway. Expiring at my mama's house. Really thought that I'd be out by now. I'm terrified of the future. Scared that I'll still be a loser. I just can't wait to be all grown up at 23 and tell me what is wrong with me. I miss my Ohio fake ID. Maybe I'll get married soon and buy a house with 3 bedrooms and settle down and get a dog and make my partner get a job. Jazz school dropout at 21. Disappointed my dad did it just for fun. Had to choose between being broken, bored, so I cut my losses and I left New York. Not sure why I feel so dumb. The best of my years are yet to come. I sit and wait in the driveway. It's just a couple more weeks to my birthday. I just can't wait to be all grown up at 23 and tell me what is wrong with me. I miss my Ohio fake ID. Maybe I'll get married soon and buy a house with 3 bedrooms and settle down and get a dog and make my partner get a job.
Insta clam. Sorry. Mimi came up to me and she was very meowy. So I peed, posted to the gram, and gave my cat some love. Now, you could hear that whole sentence and hear the word cat and be like, yeah, okay, is that a name for something else? But I swear it's not. I swear. Okay. Instaclam. Resume. Okay. I want to pimp my store, guys. I want it to look nice. Sussy streamer, I'm not. I'm a good guy. Oh, these are all coming back. Okay. Rewind. Boo. Pussy. Wait, what? I'm joking. I'm joking. Can you imagine this on crowd control? Hey, Stinky. Oh, wait, also, sorry, my bad. I got distracted. Someone asked if there would be an ARC cap today. Yeah, I mean, if people are down, I'm down for an ARC cap, but I'll definitely play my main games first. Science fiction. Milk. Wait, but you think I would hate that? But maybe I'd like that. Art cups are cozy, to be honest. Art cups? Sorry. Art caps. I don't know why. At the end of the stream, it's just nice. I guess because there's potential. Oh, Adult Swirl is back. Art caps are goated. Yep. Imagine the taste of milk. Wait, the taste of milk with 10-year-old tape dust. Maybe it would be delicious. Ever think about that? I'm joking. Mix, sorry.
Put your ass away, child.
I had milk on my mind. Steven, hello.
Moxie Cillin just
Moxie.
subscribed.
54. Thank you. How are you, doll? That's a huge resub. I really bloody appreciate that, doll. Wait, look at the fish. That's funny. Ooh, 15 random movies. Let's get 10 random movies. We're gonna name our fish. Me too, Charlie. Me too. Oops. Drama, horror, science fiction, horror. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, we have to open, my bad. Guys, look, the thing's on. Lake Titicaca. Cinny. Hakuna. Rewind. My tatas. Thank you.
Cinnamon just resubbed for 9 months.
Lake Titicaca. Wait, okay, Slay. Hold. Okay, we're so back. Hey, do you want an adult film? Oh, 13 bodies? Okay.
Oh.
Wait, Nether, isn't it cool? Yeah. Wait, really, Nona? That's sick. Hey, King. Thank you. Hakuna. My tatas. W Prime. Thank you, Cinny. I hope you're well. Yeah, it's real nice. I'm loving it. There you go, King. Oh, they're having a movie marathon over here. Korean food. Oh, give me a bite, doll. Yum. Hi, Purple. How are you? Look at the moustache on that man. I know everyone's looking so good. $5 hairs. Thank you so much. I'm good. I'm bloody good. I would love a frozen pizza. What are you talking about? Yummy. One thing about me, I love all types of food at all times. A vocal stim? What's the vocal stim? I think I would like the staff to help me with food maybe. Oh, a steamer. Nice. I think I steamed my buns when I tried it in the microwave because I didn't have any. Oh no, a rice cooker. If you have a rice cooker. Oh my god, I thought that was Freddy Krueger. What the hell? An adult film. Don't I have the film for you unless someone took it?
Oh.
A bad adult film, you film, you dirty dog. Pawpaw? I read that as pawpaw. Leah, babe, it all makes sense now. Doesn't make sense for me because I just finished, but you know, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, babe. Sometimes it all makes sense. Hey, Freddy Kruegs. A little bit of horror, a little bit of sci-fi, a little bit of porn. What a night that is, mate. You enjoy. You're just having, yeah, it's sympathy tears. That's totally what it is. Not the cranberry sauce. God damn it. Shark Week. That time, I always say this, but that time where I was talking about Shark Week to Chris and he had a mind blank and he genuinely thought that I was watching Shark Week on National Geographic and crying. I was like, no, that's not what that meant. But hey, thank you for trying. You're my goat. Guys, horror movies back on the shelf. Look at us go. What's this?
I am currently at the grocery store and I'm going to see how many purple things I can find. Purple cleaner, more cleaner that is purple. More
Purple?
Purple. Purple. Some salsa. I do really love this salsa.
Purple? More purple. Okay, cutie. Great. Now I'm going to say purple is purple. Salsa. Yes, I do have it. That's a fun experience. One time a pal of mine texted me that it was Shark Week. I sent her a screenshot of Discovery Channel Shark Week. Like, it's not for another few weeks. Yusuf. That's so wholesome. Oh. More purple. Dylan, exactly. Yeah. In my head all week. What, do I have a stim at the moment? Shark Week is when you have your period. And Chris thought I was talking about the Discovery Channel classic Shark Week, which is fair. But I was like, no, babe. You like that? Yeah, I think there's a TV you can get, David. When you unlock it. Someone reserve this adult film, you dirty dog.
Oh.
No, babe, I'm bleeding love. Yep. Went right over my head. Valid. No shame. The red tide. I say riding the crimson wave sometimes. David, no, but I also sing that sometimes. Or maybe it is. No, I don't think it is, but I pretended it is. Aunt Flo has left the building. You dirty dog, Florence. You enjoy your little wank, alright, doll? Enjoy. Iron lunged. Iron lung. Stim. Oh. What is that? Just lightning? Oh, fireworks! Hell yeah! All right. Keep those the sailors oiled up, doll. What do you want, babe? Hello? Keeping my oil sail. Ooh. Doll, you damaged it, alright? Sorry. Not my fault. Not my fault. They're celebrating renting adult movies, as they should. Thank you. Thank you so much. Guys, we're killing it. No, game, I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I've been turned down for so many. And it always leads to something you're meant to do. Job hunting is hard, babes. And you're doing the most by even applying, honestly. But you will find your perfect job, I promise. Because I remember when I got let go a few years ago and I was applying for so many jobs. Oh my god. Ugh. Rejected like a million times. But then I found something cool. So I believe in you, bestie. Cal, the fireworks are very sweet. Closing the door. 400. I really shouldn't buy any more, but I want to update everything. Come rent porn. Yeah, come and rent some porn, doll. 80% drama movie rentals. Sell 20 popcorns. Oh. What do I do here? I don't think I can sell snacks, right? I could get a slush machine. Do I need to buy anything, or is that just there now? Okay. Yusuf, Dylan. That's the spirit. Oops. Late. Ka-ching. Oh my god, what happened to all my movies? What the hell? Damn, they really did rent everything from me. What the hell? They said, I'm gonna rent every VHS you own. I want a cherry slash. There we go. Oh my god. I think the Popo is after us because we did buy those counterfeit movies, and I'll do it again. Oh, another late fee. That's great for me, guys. Movie. Last DVD I bought. Ooh. Ooh. God, I don't even remember. I know I bought a lot of Simpsons stuff back in the day. Crash, I got to. I should make a full YouTube video about it. This is definitely going to be in A or S tier so far. David, we get, when they come up and rent something else, they get a fee added on top of their thing. What is this? From Whiskey. This is what Whiskey just sent me.
And last but certainly not least, we've got Carla, the thunder from down under.
Yeah, I agree. The thunder from down under. That's my goat. That's my absolute goat. The hell? The thunder from down under. That tickles me every time he does that. I don't know why. Eric, new color? Okay. I mean, like they forgot. Well, I'm not too sure. Unless there's something deeper, that's how they do it. I would love to call them though and be like, hey. Hey, you think it's funny? You think it's funny? Returning things late? You think that's funny? That's funny to you? Hey, babe. Oh, I have the snake one for you, babe. Was when Homer Goes to College episodes. Oh, so good. So good. There was an episode the other day that I watched that was so funny. Oh, what one was it? Season 7, that's all I remember. Feeling red, I noticed. Yum. It's funny how much I get used to color. There's my favorite quote that I didn't even notice back in the day, Dylan. And it's when they're doing the short film.
Ooh.
The short film award, like the critics award, and they're talking about, I think they're in a boardroom and they're talking about why a certain film won, and Krusty goes, you could say it moved me to a bigger house, because he got bribed, but I never picked up on that when I was younger, and I honestly, it kills me. I don't know why, it tickles me every time. Backdoor Girls Part 9. Did you break that one too? Yes. I said the loud part quiet and the quiet part loud. I'm telling you, if you've never watched The Simpsons, please start. Chris has recently started because he was always like, no, it's not funny. I was a Family Guy guy. I'm like, no, I get that. But trust me when I say the writing back in the day was some of the best writing, comedic writing ever, I think. So clever. So clever.
Ooh.
To a bigger house. It's been better, Daniel, recently? I watched the episode last night when Troy McClure marries Selma or Patty, but I didn't realize I don't remember the episode being what it was until like I didn't remember the whole swimming with the fishes thing. Oh, Daniel, nice. I have to give it a shot then. Oops, way too much. Hi. Alright, sweetheart. We're all grown ups here. Pick me an adult movie you think I enjoy. Oh, I know what you're gonna enjoy, you piece of shit. Double swirl hag.
Ooh.
Enjoy that doll? Burrito! How are you? Earlier Simpsons do hit different though. Ooh, double swirl hag. Thank you for listening to me, doll. You're gonna have a great time. Rita, you're okay. How are you? What's the hot goss? An orange slushy.
Hey.
Slush 325. Oh my god. Family therapist suggested we watch Simpsons as a family. Yeah. Isn't it crazy Homer's 35? One moment. How long are you there for again, Burrito? Oh, so deserved, doll. A drama movie. Here you go, doll. I have to get these back in. Sorry, one moment. So many late fees. What the hell? My dad looked like that by 35. Hey. Valid, babe. One moment, I'm just putting these back on the shelf. One moment. One moment, guys. Alright, I'm here. What do you want? Definitely my home by 35. Valid. You know what I'm comparing it to? 35-year-olds I know that don't have kids. I think that's the difference. Yeah, late fee. Thank you for understanding. An adult film? I don't know if I can give you an adult film. Uh-oh. Did anyone return an adult film? Perfect. Oh. I gave her the Sailor movie. Hoarding the porn. Yep. Oh, nice tats. Sad toaster dream, Brittany. You enjoy that.
Wow.
You enjoy that, babe. Yep. Come sail away with me, doll. Guys, Daddy's favorite is killing it. Porn hoarding. Yep. Don't look at me like that.
Oh.
Cherry doll, alright. I don't know how many you put in, but we should be charging more for those slushies. Fireworks again for the festival. Yeah, pump it. Okay, Black Eyed Peas. Thanks, doll.
Ooh.
Oh, how nice. The fireworks are cute for the festival. I like that a lot. I was quite scared at first, but it's alright.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. The old sugary, pebbly goodness that was a slush pup. Reserved. Okay. Oops. 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 Oh, oops. Godfather Bloodbath. Okay. Alright. $800. We should get some more. What's happening tomorrow? A new release day! Uh-oh. New release day. I'm shaking in my boots. Let's have a we can check that. We can check that, doll. Let's do... Ooh, 6 rows. Oh, that's a big boy. Big boy alert. I think you can walk around out here, right? Okay, no. Oh, it says don't leave your store unattended. Well, I'm just looking around. I'm gonna buy some movies. 10 random movies for mummy. Let's go. Drama. Nice. Okay, let's go. Big guy. Big guy. SpongeBob something. Pants okay. SpongeBob big guy. Pants okay. Snack shelf! Don't make me do the dance. Go on. Movie release day! What movie is it? Hold. Forward to the Past. Ah, yes. I love Forward to the Past. Perfect. Hope it's Dune 3. Yep. I'm going to do a row of each. New release, guys. Yep. Alright, let's quickly... Oh, we're going to get a snack shelf too. Snack shelf time. Where do I buy the snacks from? Over here? Do I go up to the snacks? Ooh! What the hell? That is so cool. What? That's such a cool way. Whoa. That's such a good way to stock things. As a simulator that's probably the cool one of the coolest ways they've done that. I've never seen something so easy. Whoa, apart from me. No, I'm joking, but like that's really nice. Wow. That's real nice, Mac. Wow, wow, wow. Happy about that one. That's real nice. Wow. Very impressed. That's just so nice to do. It's probably the first time I'm like, oh. I feel like I don't need to hire employees right now. Let me double check that. I don't think so, but it gave you a good margin. Like you are making money from it, which is nice. Wait, Dill was so back. Drama. I kind of want to buy more movies. I can't really afford it, but I kind of want to. The 10 random movies I feel like are so worth it. And it's not Tuesday yet. But, oh, it's Sunday. Oh, what's that? Oh, I should just make an adult only. I should make this adult only. Hello? You have a new movie with the mixed movies in case you missed that. Oh, really? Ah, thank you. My goat. Guys, I'm doing it again. Oh, I can't. You're like, girl. Number of copy owned. Oh, I told you what you don't own. That's fun. Ask how are you, doll? Not me obsessed with me running my store. Andy, I know. This is real nice. Okay, I'm gonna make this the mixed one, and then I'm gonna put my adult films here, but I have to slowly build it up because I think we only have 2 adult films, which is quite ridiculous. Bloody ridiculous, doll. If you have missed the news, by the way, we are playing Pacopia in a couple of days. I don't know how I managed to pull this off. But I literally thought, you know what's a good lesson in this is sometimes it doesn't hurt to ask. And I didn't think anything would come of it at all. But I was like, you know what? I've always wanted to work with Nintendo. I should just ask my management to ask them if they wanted to do some stuff together. And they were like, yeah. I'm like, what? Oh, okay. I did not think they would say yes. I should call Clarice, I know. Hello? Oh, dino gummies. Wait, we're gonna make a killing. Two Brothers and a Goldfish. Great film. You miss all the shots you don't take. True. True that. I know, huge. What the hell? Hopefully my adult film comes back to me. One moment. Drama. Drama. Horror. Drama. Drama. I'm out of it already? Okay, I guess I have to put some... Oh, there we go. The adult's back. Horror. Science fiction. Grandfather's Family Tree. You got it. Oh, some chips. Good for you. Yeah, and I miss a lot of them as well. You're right. Thanks, Jules. So huge. Thanks, Jules. That's really nice. I was like, obviously I felt like, oh, but you know what? If it's a no, that's fine. Like, at least I tried. Because obviously, you can flick through the stack. Oh, that's nice. Obviously, I wanted to try for the community, you know, because I want to play it together. But I know that I couldn't do it on my own as of right now. Oh, wow, more. A lot of late fees. The flicking's nice. Crazy comms. I have a lot of drama, it seems. Well, we all know that Clarice is a regular, if you know what I mean. They all have... Oh, I just remembered. Do you remember the price of what a membership was back in the day? Hi, Sponge. Flicking. Do you remember what the price for a... It was... Was it a one-off price?
Huh?
I don't remember. Oh, so good, Daydream. I'm obsessed. I can't wait to buy more adult films. I wish you could buy more adult films. This is my favorite copy. This is my double swirl hag. $13 bodies. There you go, Dom.
Ooh.
Double swirl hag. What did you call me in college? Let's test this. Lemon.
Hi.
Hi. How many squirts do we need? I don't know. $4.75. This one is lemon green. I don't know. At band camp. Oh, okay, Short King. Yes, I do. Curtain fell over my tentacle. Curtain fall over my frying pan.
Ooh.
Yeah, let me buy my adult films. I need this. Oh, he's having a nice time tonight. Okay. Okay, don't. Is this a lemon? I want to see the shady guy. He's not here until Tuesday. Oh shoot. Thank you guys. The police siren keeps throwing me off. They're chasing Clarice. Bloody Clarice. The lemon bit will always be in my heart forever. Forever and ever. Was that a broken tape? I think. Drama. That's broken. Oh, keep my sailor oiled up. It's my favorite. The hell? Oh wait. My muscles is getting bigger. I'm growing very strong. That was a fever dream as well. We've had some good times. My name is so close to Clarice in a way, so I giggled. Clarice! Would you rather have a lifetime supply of lamb euros? Well, I already have the Switch 2, so I have to say that, and it's very kind of them. But if I had the opportunity to have lamb euros, I will. Because I love lamb. I love lamb so much. Close the door. Daddy's favorite. Yep. Super chips. Yeah, I don't think you can change the price, but to be honest, they give you a good profit, which is good, I guess. God, they really did rent this out. Okay. Okay, King. Drama. Oh, this is the new one. Lot of sci-fi flicks tomorrow. I've had lamb shanks in so long, but I did make homemade lamb euros the other night, and the lamb was actually perfect. If I can admit, I popped off. It was real nice. It was real nice. Horror. Ooh, The Butler's True Desire. Wait, where did I... Is that a new one? I don't remember getting that tape. What the hell? Huh. I do not remember that. One moment. Sunset Ferry. No worries. God, I love lamb. Ooh, 15 random movies. Yeah. A lot of dramas. I gotta stop doing that. I have way too many dramas. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have way too many. But it's okay. Oopsies. I need another shelf. I think I have too many movies. Can I do this? Can I put this out here? No, okay. When you make your entire viewer-based chicken tenders and hot chips right now, guys, look out your front door.
Oh.
Huge news.
Oh.
Hey, King. $8 for a new release. Okay, sure. Sure thing. I need another shelf. You know what I need to do? I need to sell all the small stuff and get big boy shelves. All I see is dirt. Listen, it's a new recipe. Drama. Hi, King. An old movie.
Ooh.
Okay, sci-fi. Jesus. Wait, this guy is having a great old time.
Hey.
Sorry, babe. I'm so sorry to charge you, but I'm running a business. My bad. Oh, okay, girl. I see the fit. Sure. Damn. Sure thing. Sure thing. I say go for it. Get that dosh. Drama. Guys, are we making that bread? I can't tell. I think tomorrow is the... Yes! Tomorrow is the media fire. Oh. And then we also have the sketchy guy, so we can buy some adult films. You are my bread. Yeah.
Oh.
You're my goat.
Oh.
Why can't I buy adult films? I kind of just want to buy them. Oh, Dill, stop it. Eagle boys. Oh my god. I had a sandwich at the start of stream because it was easier. Horror, 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 science. Can I not buy adult films? Lake Titicaca. Hakuna. My tatas. My tatas. Meg.
Megaroni 7
Science
just
fiction.
resubbed for 24 months. I owe 2 years, doll. Carl's hit that.
Hakuna. Oh, doll. I must know sandwich tech. Sorry. I did something really foul. I honestly just felt like Vegemite and then Vegemite on toast. I was like, oh, screw it. So I did Vegemite and cheese sandwich because I didn't know what I felt like this morning. Is this Clarice? Wait, is this our little... Is that our girl?
Hey.
I couldn't be bothered.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna charge her. I just feel like I want to be nice now. I couldn't be bothered making the toast and waiting for the toaster because I really wanted to start stream as early as I could. It hits. I know it's oats season. Uh-oh. Meg, thank you so much for 2 years. That's really cool. I appreciate you. How are ya? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I gotta use the money from tonight and make some shelves. I need a huge drama shelf. I have too many drama films. Oat season is upon us. Ooh, I want to try overnight oats too, to be honest. Oh, look at that pen. That's cool. People love this film. Hi.
Oh.
That's a Tamagotchi. Yep. They really said, let's make this game nostalgic and say nothing. Come on, King. Okay. Okay, pose. Eric, do not see yourself out. Coconut, yogurt, honey, cinnamon, banana, blueberries, and cocoa chip. What? I really gotta try it.
Oh.
Orange. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry about that. Huh? God. Of course. It's really cool that you don't have to spend heaps of money on buying products. Like buying food stuff. Thanks, King. Good night. Daydream! Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Action! Oh, sorry.
Daydream just subscribed.
Action films. That was a big stretch. I needed that. Daydream, thank you for 28 months. Thank you for all the subs today. I really bloody appreciate it. Action movies. Okay, action movies. Hold. Can I sell... Okay, let's just buy some action. Rooster boxing. All right, let's get a bigger shelf. Let's get drama. We need to get bigger shelves because... Okay, so I want to put drama. I'm going to give drama its full thing because we're running out of space. Yes. Cockfighting? Wait, I'm down? Oh, you're not talking about me? Okay, cool. And I'm gonna make this action We got a special one. Amazing. Oopsies. Alright, cool. So we have some drama back at it again, which we will still put on here. But it won't be as much. And then we'll put action down here. We'll still do our little drama area. I can't believe... I still want to fill that with adult films. We might have too many DVDs now. I mean VHS tapes. We have a meteor shower. And we have the creepy guy out the back. So we're gonna buy some more adult films later. One second. Hello? I don't have a popcorn machine. What? I love him. He giggles. He sells me porn. I mean... What else do you want? We've got it all. I don't know. We haven't unlocked it yet. We need it though. I just wish I could buy bulk porn, and that sounds crazy. But I want an actual adult shelf, you know? Okay, horror. Oh wait, no, wrong. Alright, this is mixed down here. Horror. Huge. Okay. A porn merchant has to have a sense of humor. That's what I'm saying. I want to do bigger... I need to do bigger rows. Bigger. Oh, that's fun. I really shouldn't have bought that. Ooh. Check that out, guys, huh? Huh? The tape doesn't work? You're a liar. A bad horror film? Oop. Enjoy. Now look at that. That looks cool, doesn't it? I'm loving it. What are you getting, sexy? Yeah, that's quite nice, isn't it? Alright. Oh, wait. I will definitely be doing that. I want the TV now. Wait. I want that so bad. Thank you, doll. Gran's gonna love this. I have to tell her about it. The lamp wasn't a want. It was a need. Lexi. Exactly right. Thank you for understanding. Oh, shit. I need a loan. Oh my god.
Oh.
I need it so bad. Hey, King.
Oh.
Guys, can you please buy my stuff? I really need to buy that TV. Thank you. I know, you're right. You're right. I have to buy porn. You're right. Ask. I can't believe that's a sentence. Crazy sentence. Carl, lock in. You need to buy porn from the Shady Man. Ah, yes. Yes, you're right. My bad. How could I get that confused? How may I service you today?
Oh.
Def's a new sentence. Isn't it cute, Dill? Jess, that's cute. Thank you for hanging with us. Guys, any money, I give it a couple weeks, it's going to be on crowd control. And you'll be able to buy adult films. Action and old.
Ooh.
A scratch card game. Okay, fun.
Hey.
Orange. Oh. Sorry about that, doll. Your feet will only be wet for a couple minutes. Prawn. Thank you, doll. Listen, I will say ask that if I get up $200, I will buy it. I think I'll be able to afford both because he doesn't come for 3 more hours. Maybe.
Ooh.
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Bit naughty, I know. But I'm feeling naughty. Oops. Is the green one not lime instead of lemon? Yeah, maybe it is lime. You right, you right. Guys, I want to buy that TV. Maybe I should. Okay, wait. I'll wait until I buy the prawn. You can. I don't run a tight ship. It's crazy.
Oh.
No one's buying the dramas. Drama. Well, we have so many over here if you opened your eyes.
Oh.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I would make a separate account above average Clarice and reserve the entire prawn collection. Don't leave them be. I do want to make a prawn section.
Hi.
Is that a sim? Oh my god, one of the best sims I've ever played, and I've only played for 2 hours. Also, time's going so quick. I love this sim so much. Oh my god. Hi, King. What have you got for me? Who ordered the hot banjo? The dentist in good hands? Thank you, King. And a pizza! Hi, Tanky! Now I feel like a pizza, damn it. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And a pizza. If it's a visitor to your store and went to a porn section, who would you not raise an eyebrow? I wouldn't raise any eyebrow. I would say get that bag. You know what I mean? You do what you need to do. Ooh, can I do that? Am I able to do this quick? I'm gonna try. Wait. Hi, Abby. How are you? Oh, Danky, yum.
Oh.
Delicious. My muscles is getting bigger. Okay, let me see something. Let me get Filmora up. This could break my PC, but we'll see. Do I have anything in my downloads? Oh, I do. I have Fever Dream. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought. Oh, I know what I can do. New project. Okay, wait. Format 512, 512. Okay, if I do this. Sully, hello. I'm just testing something. Do I put like... and then export and then do format H2. I don't think I have that. But format resolution. Can I do custom? Format 512, 512. Custom. 512, 512. I don't know if I can do any of that. I don't know if I can do this. How long does exporting take? It's not taking long at all. Sully, it's so good. We're trying to put our video in here. I don't know if this is going to work, but I really want to try. I'm going to see. Chai is so good. How are you? Hello. Let's go into browse local files. And then retro rewind. Content. Movies. VHS. Oh, you can put your own movies in. Oh. Oh, wait. That's really cool. I'm gonna see if I can put anything in for now and see if it works. I doubt this will work, but we'll give it a shot. I'm just too curious. No pornos? Oh, come on, one time. Let's see if this works for now. I don't think so. You can adjust volume and everything? But Sully, how are you? Sorry, Mike, how are you? Not me just testing this out. I'm just too curious. I'm exporting something and seeing if it works. This one time in Bandcamp, we have 2 minutes left of this export. I'm seeing if it will load in something. See if I can do a little something something. I didn't pay attention, but you do need to restart. Can I just go back to main menu? Or do I have to like restart? I don't know if I can do it properly because I can only put it in the format because I couldn't get the video encoder, but I'm going to see if the format's enough. Can't see what that says. Can you put your VOD in your VOD edit and tell Chris the imaginary visitors have watched your video and he hasn't? Chris, so lovely. He was like, hey, sorry, by the way. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, sorry I snapped when you asked. And I was like, no, you're fine. Like, I didn't even take offense to it. I own a shop now. I'm so excited. 1 minute. The format. Okay, we'll see. I own a shop. I'm just seeing if I can get my video. I spent $200 on this. Not that I need to put my video on there, but it'll be funny. Ooh. Oh, that's fun. It shows you what you unlock. Oh, what a cool game. It's so well done. Oh, can I change it up here too? You're joking. That's cool. Almost sounded like real beef. Almost. I'm just waiting for this to export. Let me go, wait, let me save, actually. Okay, nearly done. 20 seconds. Woo! And then I'll return to menu and see if it works. Beef Dar is crazy. Nah, because he always says that. He's always like, not yet. He's actually one of the first to usually watch my stuff, so that's why I asked. Because he's always up. Alright, let's see. Give me the message. Perfect. Alright, done. Done, done. And then I'm going to go to download. Oh, can I go back to where I was? Yeah. I'm going to go to downloads. I'm going to put this in. Okay. It's in. I'm closing it. I'm going to go to main menu. Do you reckon that's enough? I don't think it worked. May have to change. Maybe I have to close the whole game. I'll do it for the laugh. The whimsy of it all. Alright. Well, it opens really quick. Okay. Oh, it didn't work. I wonder how I can get it to work. Replace the file. Oh, do I have to name it this? Maybe that's why. Oh, I think I have to name it that. Oh, wait. It says replace the file. So maybe that's why. Hold. Copy. Hold. This might be it. If not, that's okay. I'll try offline. Okay. Yes. We have gathered here today with an important. Wait. Oh fuck! I keep skipping it.
We're trying to get shared chat. So hit that.
That's so funny.
Activity. Activity. Need a little button that says
Oh,
activity.
sorry.
Oh, nice.
There's nothing.
Refresh.
Sorry, I'm trying to get. All right, perfect. Yes. Guys, we're so back. We're so back.
Wait, they're here. We're connected. Yeah. We're connected now. New York. Good job. Wait, what time is it?
That's funny. It's gonna get so.
No, I asked what time it was when we were trying to buy time. And Chris said
It's gonna be weird when I start shaking ass, but it's okay. Quality content. All right, what's happening today? Nothing. That's so cool. I knew I could figure it out. Oh god, they really rented this, didn't they? Oh my god. That's so funny. I was like, I hear myself.
No, it actually it's
Guys, I'm getting slosh and opening up the cat. Yep. We bought more porn. Yes, we did. We definitely did. Stoked. Oops. What's wrong, sweetie? Porn? Oh, okay. That's so cool that you can do that. Reserved. There's my porn. Double Swirl Hag. Back at it again. That's my favorite DVD. I mean, sorry, tape. If that ends up being broken, I'm going to be so sad. The possibilities are endless. Endless, I say. Oh, there's all my naughty films. Yes. The rain's quite nice. Sorry I miss people coming in during me discovering I can do that. Honor, Mikey, Sully, hello. I hope you're well. I wish Whiskey could see that. Imagine Whiskey came in and went, what the hell? Oh no, I feel like I missed hellos. I felt bad. The rain's quite nice. Stanking it up. Bro, I gotta hang up my Harry Styles tapestry. I would love to know. Oh, a naughty mill. Keeping my sailor oiled up. That gets rented out so much. What the hell? My Harry Styles tapestry. Oh, hold. Okay. Can you not tab out of audio? Maybe not. Oh, you can do field of view? Huge. Oh, that's nice. Censored adult film. Hey, King. I love how they look me in the eyes. Did you break it? You didn't.
I wash my arms every day. He's like, oh, you're walking around with the. I don't say that. No, you get. He says I have a dry.
I think this is one of these tournaments.
Granny, I have a game for you. Do you like the new map?
Okay.
Hey, Beats! Guys, look at this game. We are running a VHS store. Bloody loving it, doll. Bloody loving it. Oh, not this alert. Oh, no. Oh, no. I can feel something inside me say. Hi, everyone. Mikey. Well, I know that I'll get through this. No, I can't. That's enough. The servers went down. What?
Carla, my love, my doll, my wonderful, amazing, gracious, semi-parasocial friend. It has been 1 year since we did Operation Frodo, and first, I can't believe it's been a year. But second, thank you so much for being such an amazing community leader and helping
wow.
me make it something super special. You
That's
know
really
I love
nice.
you and all the clunts. Even if you can't make it to the wedding celebration at any point, just know you're forever part of our story.
Yes. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been a year. What the hell? Oh, cool. Clunt it up. Wait, why did the servers go down? Yeah, Mikey's the only one that uses that alert. Well, Granny, you need to get this game. It's amazing. You'll love it. It's perfect. Server's gone down 4 times. What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you end up playing, doll? Mikey, thank you so much. That's really kind. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Thank you. And I can't believe it's been a year. Oh my god. That went quick. Wow. We got a slushy machine. And look, we have our video playing on the TV. We have our video playing on here. Granny, you'll love this game. I can't recommend this harder. You'll love it. We got a slushy machine. I can't believe it. You know what's crazy, Mikey? It feels like it was 2 years ago, but also it feels like yesterday. I charge rewind fees sometimes.
Aww.
Right now I'm trying to make that bag, so I am charging, but other times I don't. DBD, I think. Well, Gran, did you want to play half gnomes, half DBD tomorrow? Because I think you'll like the new map and the new perks and the new killer as well. My store name isn't anything crazy. It was something disgusting, but I just changed it to Daddy's Favorite. If they change this to multiplayer, Gran and I would have the best time with this. Oh my god. We are doing gnomes. But then if you want, Gran, if you want to do like the last hour deebs, we can do that. Even though I know you'll probably not want to do that. Gran, this is you energy. I can't describe it. I have adult films, doll. Oh, they're all rented out. Sorry, I can't show you. They're real nice though. They're real nice. We have some films. We've got it going on. Thank you again, Mikey, too. I really, 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 really appreciate that. So much. Ooh. Heaps. More than you know, actually. Slurp. Okay, let's put some stuff back. Oh, someone's ringing me. Hello?
Yes.
I love that you can carry heaps at once. It's cool. Norms. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Hello, doll? Great choices. Yeah, no, there's so many things about this game that's really well done. I'll show you something as well that I think is great quality of life. When you stock up your stuff, you can just pick what you want to stock and it will automatically just buy it. And that's it. Like, you don't have to order inventory. The butler's true desires. It's very, very well done. Sometimes you'll have to rewind a tape. Like, or reserve a tape. But... Hi, Art! This game's so good. I wasn't meant to play this today, but it was on my mind. I've been thinking about it, and I thought, fuck it.
You have a tattoo.
If I had a no, listen. If I had a pink, I'm fucking stuff. I'd buy the glitter. I would be going, boys. Let's go do one thing. I'll do this. On one.
Chris.
I get my glit out. And I'll just hang with the boys. Maybe I'd like.
So I'm playing this game, which is really cool, but you can put your videos on the TV. So I put this video on the TV.
You play Fortnite.
I do not sound like that. That's crazy.
It's so good, Chris. It's so good. It's really, really cool. The 30% Walsh's true. Hire an employee, but what are they going to do for me? You get your comp on there, Chris. That's so funny. You have to put the resolution down to 512 by 512. But... Alright, what can you do for me? Strong bladder, does not take bathroom breaks, and never falls asleep at work. Ashley. Tammy. True. Hi, Will. We're doing all the things today. Well, I just don't know here. Maybe return station? Oh wait, no way. There's the TV's in every room? Not me doing the stanky leg in the break room. They deserve this.
Be careful. You hurt yourself. Do Whiskey's feet still stink? Bro, Carl, what are you doing?
Should we do round two?
Wait, Ping, shake that ass.
I smell something right.
You have to do it.
Oh. Wait, Ping! That's not what I thought you meant, babe. Wait, let's shake some ass! Oh, shit. Oh, shake that ass! Thank you. What the hell?
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted 6 subs.
That is not
Naughty
what I thought
boy.
you meant, babe. But I really appreciate that. Thank you. Guys, if you would gift... Oh, hey, Ashley. Have you been hitting the gym? Ashley. Ashley. Ash. No, I haven't, actually. I need to hit the gym. But thank you for noticing. Who up tossing their puss? Wait, what if I toss puss right now? You know, I used to actually toss puss when the pussy toss alert was played. I should start doing that again. I might break something, but I've got a puss and it's ready to be tossed. Sorry, Chris. She's returning that for me, which is really cool. So I guess I could focus on other things. I could do... Wait, what's going on here? Night, guys. Gotta stand up a full cam pussy toss again. I know. I know. Can you even see the puss if I toss it? Oh, yeah, you can a little bit. Anyway, Ping, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Guys, you never know what you're gonna get. Do a puss... Juniper, I read, do you have a puss for those guns? Do you have a permit for those guns? I do. Yeah. So on brand, then I get an ad for Red Bull. Yeah. God forbid a woman tosses her puss. Chris really pulled an, alright, I'm ahead. He loves me. Oh, a store expand. What? I can't afford it. Where are my loans? Need a quote ASAP. Listen, can I get a loan, please? You're telling me I can't do a single loan. I'm distracted. Ping, thank you so much again. Well, I'm out. Fair. Fair, I am in a mood. You're right. Gmail email scares me. Okay. Honestly, it's probably a good thing because then you just end up... You end up brokey. Alright, she's doing her job, which is really great. Thank you so much. Thank you, my goat Ash. I love your shoes, by the way.
Your dick was out. I just saw your dick. I just saw your dick. I just saw your acorn. What the fuck? Bro, it's bedtime. It's bedtime. You're weird. You're weird. It's bedtime.
Why is it cock?
You can't say cock. We're in another country.
That's so funny. That's crazy.
Ooh.
Crazy, crazy. It's bedtime. You being weird is so funny. Chris Popoview is insane. Kind of, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's like a big tripod. Word, I'm telling you, thank you for saying that, first of all. Second of all, editing that was funny for me. Like, I don't remember half the shit we said. Like, we were on something that night. I had the best time, though. I can't believe that's in the past now. Rooster Bloodbath, great. 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 As I said, that comp is giving indie film. You're right. You're right, you're right. 4? Oh, damn. They're really going all out. I didn't, Mikey, because some of the reviews were kind of weird, and this one had better reviews. So I thought, okay, I'm going to try this one. But I wanted to play one regardless. This one just won. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting distracted a lot, but Mikey, Ping, thank you so much. That means a whole great deal to me. You are my goat. Please know that. Customizable sign. Now hang on. Technically we need to tell them. Don't be shy. Wait, that's crazy. It's Blockbuster colors. What? Wait, that's crazy. Can I do this as well? Daddy's fave. Daddy's fave. Yeah. Why do they speak like they're from Spore? Rainbow for Gays R Us. I can't believe I streamed in front of Gays R Us in Japan. The jack-o'-lantern is cool. Cool. Pink Pussy Palace low-key, that's what I'm saying. Daddy's fave AH. Oh wait, fave HS. You know what? I'm not gonna... I knew you'd back down. Oh, great. That hits. It was meant to be. Oh. Should I do this? $9 doll hairs. Oh, that's way too much. Incredible. She's doing a great job. Thanks, Ash. You're my goat. $4. Are we doing the Wordle right now? Hey, King.
Oh.
Thank you. What day is it? Oh, Thursday. Our porn guy's coming today. Huge. True, Ethan. Yeah, you can paint the walls for free too. No, Abby, it's actually goated. You can paint the walls for free. Like so. Which low-key... kind of crazy. That looks real nice. Oh! Hello! Sorry, babe. You scared me.
Wow.
You in. It's so good. I don't think I can recommend this enough. Wait, Chris's bit's coming up.
Hey.
Japan stream for the vibes. It's almost 3 AM over here.
I'm about to post on Instagram.
We can go sleep.
Oh. One moment, I'm gonna buy my porn, guys. The comedian in the velvet room. Officer, let my outsider go. Squeezing werewolf. I'll take them all. Thank you, buddy. We have prawn. Oh my god, yes, 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 yes. Guys, look, we have a new sign. Coffin of War? Yep. I think we're doing really well. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The back alley purchase. Sweet, it's so funny. I love it. We have some adult films. Orange, okay. I already hired Ashley. She's so sweet. Wait, Ethan, really?
Hey.
Charge fee. You hate this place. What? She's the one that didn't return it on time. Whoa. Angry girl. My prawn collection. I will be playing it though. I will be playing it soon. Probably US Sunday is when I'll be playing it. Because I gotta set it all up and I promised other things beforehand. It was mainly the tech issues though. I tried and it was like working-ish and I was like, I would rather not half-ass it. Why the attitude, girl? That's what I'm saying. The hell? Ashley, you did fantastic today. Ashley did amazing. I can't believe I was in Japan. Why the attitude, girl? All right, I need to wait. You can do this as well, I think. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. All for free, by the way. You don't need to pay additional to do this. Oh, it looks so cool in here. Can I check? Oh, no way. Whoa. What? Whoa. Wait. Oh. Oh, wow. Where are my cigarettes? I actually have some, Chris. Alright, cool. Now, this is so cool. What the hell? What? Oh my god. That's crazy. Whoa. Kind of ridiculous, but I love it. Wow. I didn't realize you can customize it all like this. I kind of want to get rid of... Okay, hear me out. Oh my god, that's so pretty. Good night, Mikey. Have a stunning night. Oh, that's cool. Handled with care. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a wide. How big is this? I kind of want the adult movies to have its own place. Like, I have to buy more, but... I want it to have its own moment. What says porn? Red? No. Let's do black on the purple so you know what you're getting.
Also, we haven't had sushi yet, but we had. You guys had ramen. The ramen was crazy. Chris got ramen. Show them a picture of it. I posted my story. Chris Miller. All right. Guys, wait. Guys, if you don't follow me on Instagram, just consider it.
My ass is really clean. And like,
Stop saying
it's probably cleaner than theirs.
Stop saying stuff.
Sorry, but I just hate when you come up to me.
I was waterboarding my ass for 30 minutes.
I hate when this fuck comes up to me. It goes, "Have you seen the day yet?" And I go, "No." And he's like, "Oh, yo."
Well, to be fair, it's crazy you haven't done it yet. We've been here for 6 days.
This is the funniest. I swear to God. I swear, if you want to laugh, and I'm not one to like toot horns here about myself. You know, I'm very like, oh, I'm not doing enough. That's one of the funniest videos ever. It just tickles me so. It's my friends are funny. You know, it's not even it's not the editing. It's just my friends are fucking funny. That's it. So funny. Is this the one I usually do? Let's see. It's just like, it's just funny. They're just funny boys. And like, I'm not just saying that too. It's just pure joy. And I guess another good thing to say as well, and as you can see in the video, is they clearly mean so much to me because I am being so horrendous in that, but I'm so comfortable to be horrendous around them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a compliment if I'm disgusting around you, because like I'm just being my full self at that point. I'm just being foul. Horror. That's nice. Oh, that's after my bidet thing. And then I could do adult there. I don't want to fill that up. Mixed, I guess I could do. I don't really have enough of everything else to do. Unless I get a bigger sci-fi shelf here. What should I do? I don't have enough action, so maybe I'll do action up here. And then drama. Yeah, I need a bigger sci-fi shelf. I just can't afford it. Okay, for now, I think that's a good upgrade.
No. We heard you. Yeah, we were like, oh, she fell.
Sorry. Unless I sell it, how much will I get for this? I don't really need an adult shelf that big, but... I made just an... Okay, so that's a floating disc. Okay. $210. 5 rows. Is that 5 or 6 rows? Shit. What can I sell? Uh-oh. Okay, I can just work. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Have you considered your soul? Oh, great. Will I get money for this? I did, I got $10 exactly. I didn't want to sell that, obviously. But you gotta do what you gotta do. My bad. You know what we could do, which is kind of crazy? Hear me out. Green shelf. For sci-fi. Red shelf. For horror. Drama. Drama's drama. Yeah. Porn. Porn can have its own casing. Blue for drama. I know, I need a drama shelf. Math is red. Wait. Math is blue. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I could be wrong. I'm trying to think back to school, and Aussies will know what I'm talking about, when we had specific notebooks that would hand out. And from my memory, blue was English and red was math. Now, I could get that wrong, but they all, I think science was green. I don't know. I remember something. Again, that could be very wrong information. There is porn, look! My favorite is Double Swirl Hag. Let me save. Also, look how you can save in this game. So cool, the details. Ready? I already bought it. Alright, let me return to menu and come back because there's a floating video. Englishman was yellow. Oh, it's all different. Alright, cool. This is meant to be action, but I have too much. I need more space. Woo! Drama is purple, right? Oh. Everything was red for me except math. I should Google this. I also have to pee again. But I should Google this. Friday the 13th! Horror movie rentals. I have to change this. I don't like where the new releases are. Is that too... That's better. Oh, Leah, nice. Hell yeah. I think we all... What the hell? Why are you being creepy? What the hell? I think I can't pay Ashley, so she's not here. He's being a freak. Sorry, store's closed today. Bye.
Yeah, it's so cheap here. Also, you can string it. Yeah.
Where's Ashley? I'm alone in this place together. Is it because I can't afford her? I swear I'll make some money soon. Or more adult films. Oh, I think I put a reserved thing away. Maybe not. Oh, look at this guy. In his trench coat. Sad dreams. Sad toaster dreams. He just stays there? So is Ashley not showing up because I can't pay her? Oh. Is that what's happening right now? Because it is what it is, if that's the truth. Hey, King.
Ooh.
Ah, yes. Keeping my sailor oiled up. This is a very popular film. Have a great time. Guys, they love it. He's still lurking. That's how I feel lurking in my friends' streams when they're playing a party game. I'm just happy for them, you know? The comedian in the velvet room. Nice. Thank you, King. Organ boxing? Sure. Sounds like my Friday night.
Hi.
He's still looking at me. Thank you, King. I do want to buy more bootleg titles. I can't buy porn outright. I have to buy it off the guy in the alley. Which is frustrating. Thank you for paying the late fee. I don't want to have to do it either. The alley guy is the best stuff. He does, Pog. You know what my favorite one is? I think it's called Oiling Up My Favorite Sailor. I don't know. This is my porn section. Officer, let my outsider go. Now that sounds hot. There you go, sir. I picked up Me Time with my mailbox. Ah, a classic. An absolute classic. Is my staff member still here? Adult and old. I don't have old, but I have this. Enjoy. I wonder if my lady left me because I couldn't afford her.
Hey, somebody.
Ape on the bridge, you got it. Hey, girl. Aww. See you tomorrow, Queen. She's sick. Good action film. Hi, Tara. How are you? 0 minutes of work. I'll give them a pay rise. Nah, I'm joking. I hate to be alone on Friday the 13th, but it is what it is. I have Ape on the bridge for you, babe. Enjoy. Prove it, Ashley. Show me your vom. Oh, what is it? 250. Oh. I double dog dare ya. Yep. Have you heard of Wiki and Sammy's reaction in Inception? Look, probably without the name. Talk to me. Not my bidet reaction on the TV in the background. Wiki found in game. Oh shit. Have I served someone that looks like whiskey? Surely not. I would have said something. Okay, let me film these. Hold. Ashley's not here. I have to do my job. Wow, she does so much work for me. This is part 1,000? Ha. Okay, wait.
No, no. We heard. Yeah, we were like, oh, she found it.
Oh, there's the adult film. Nice. Is that adult as well? Oh. Nice. So that this guy just stands out the front and watches? What the hell? Hearing us on in the background kills me. Drama. Horror. Menacingly.
That sounds delicious.
Oh, that is whiskey.
Bro walked in and out. Wait, is that whiskey?
Yeah, wait, he does look like whiskey.
Bro, where you going?
That's funny.
Oh,
That
it's windy out.
that does look like whiskey. Now that I think of it. He liked porn too.
What is it? How far does it go, bro? Wait, so this is this is step 3.
No, that is really funny when Carla shows up.
It's so quiet.
What the hell?
That is actually really funny.
That actually is really funny.
No, that's actually really funny. I agree.
That's a good point that whiskey brings up there.
No, like I agree with that. I think that.
What the fuck? Everyone's in a mood today. Everyone's in moods. That's funny. Hold. My store's under fire, guys. I need to do my job for a second. Hold. There's a line out the door. Does he want porn? Science fiction bad. Hi, Golas. I know just the thing. Bring it in. 350. I can hear Chris in the background. $5. Wait, we're making money today, I think. 7 to 2 a.m. I know. Anytime I really want to go to bed and it's like 7, I fight. Because I know I'm going to wake up at a weird time and feel like it's 1970. 5. Okay, wait. It's 12 a.m.? You know what? It's 12 a.m. I'll let you go.
Ooh.
I'll let you go, King. 6, 7.
She's like someone who reads a book in a park.
Okay. Hold.
Hey, Becca, they make a. Is that whiskey? Where you going? Oh, it's windy out here. What the heck?
What was the ending to it? They find you in the end of clip 1? Oh, I don't think she says anything.
Hey, Becca, they make a lime Alon.
Is that me? Is that meant to be me? I'm assuming so. Because I guess it is me if you squint. I need longer hair though. I need long hair. I gotta find Sammy. A 6-7 emote? Huh. Wait, is she in today? I think she mentions in the second, maybe. The first one, I think she's still talking about whiskey. Oh, a new release. Oh, yeah. 6-7. Hold. Oh, shit. Bad Backs. Okay, I'll get 5. I get too excited. Wait, does that mean that this is horror now? Uh-oh. Oh, she's back to work. My queen. Bad Backs. Okay. Guys, I really gotta pee. This game has me in trance, but I gotta pee. High octane action. I think she puts it away. All right, we can watch her work for a second. Why Chris had Carla pose earlier? Carla pose? Okay, let me go pee. Bad Backs. Me when I hit 27, Quinley. Me when I just was born. All right, I'll go pee. I'm gonna get some chocolate. Okay. I don't know why, but Easter chocolate hits different, and I'm not a big Easter gal. No, not the dude in the mask. Oh, the foam. Shoot.
You're my new fan.
I got you. Oh. Oh, I heard giggles and I was like, guys, I bought a discounted Easter bunny because it was like, I don't know, broken on the shelf. I don't care. Oh, stinky, thank God. Imagine it was ringing that whole time. New release day. Sci-fi. Action. Drama. Spooky season. Which means we should get, more chocolate bars. The first week of April, I think.
Ooh.
Need help? We know our movies. Whoa. Hey, Queen. Oh, my sailor. It's gonna be a sad day when that movie breaks. Yeah. I need an adult movie to help me unwind, if you know what I mean. I know, just the thing. My favorite. Double Swirl Hag. We celebrate that more than Halloween. Because I guess for a lot of people here it's, like for some people it's not, but for a lot of people it's religious. Hello? Yeah. So, like, I mean, for some people, it's just an Easter egg hunt for the kids. And then for some people, they go to church or, you know. I was feeling like Chucky.
Hey.
Worst day of your life, babe. Return it on time. What? That's not my fault, Queen. Yeah, Caitlin, exactly. It's a long weekend as well, so for example, I'm going camping. But if I wasn't going camping, it would probably just be like an Easter egg moment. Right, exactly. Oh, a devil's holiday. Interesting. Interesting. Oh. Easter hag. Debbie! Yep. Slaying for your birthday, Queen.
Oh.
We're doing the damn thing. I've never had a peep. But anytime I've heard about peeps, it's either I love peeps or peeps are overrated. So where do you sit? Ashley, do you need help? Ashley? Ashley, are you okay?
I'm so oily.
Ashley?
Hi.
Sugar coated marshmallows. Yes. Yeah, I feel like some people are either like, yeah, or just no. Working the weekend after, then off for 12 days. Yeah. It's time, baby. Free movies? Anything adult? I just got free movies. Oh my god. The medicine's time has come. The ninja keg.
Oh.
Lemon. Or lime. There you go, my goat. Enjoy. No idea what I want to do yet. Planning mode. We gotta cook. Hey. Alright, so it looks like my girl's stuck. So what I'm gonna do is return to menu.
Thank you for the sub. Put
Jen,
your ass away,
6
child.
months.
Jenice Carr just subscribed.
Okay.
6 months. Yippee Carl's Gritty 2.
Yippee. Thank you, doll. How are you? Yippee. My absolute goats. Thank you for the resubs, guys. What? We have romance now? I could put that with the porn. Cadbury eggs are indeed ST. Yep. Ooh. Look at the romance. Yes. Peasant on a plate. The sacrificial corsair. A seat for our smoke. The floating monkey in love. A song for my computer. Kissing my stuffed toy in the sky. The T-Rex. Declaration of love. Quiet time with the hobo. Aw, guys. Sorry, Ash. Dylan, you're up. To be fair, I did like Ashley. I feel bad. Fuck. Ashley was really cool. Dylan. Dylan's locking in. Ashley wasn't fun. Is crazy. My fave chip flavor? Oh, shit. Oh, no. What did Chris do? I'm scared. Chris. Chris. Can I show them or is this a surprise? Your beard and hat is really cool, I think. That's foul, first of all. But I do like your beard and your hat. That's really nice. That's really nice. This is foul, but this is, in general, it's real nice. Real nice. Wow. Where's Dylan? Oh, yeah. If you're sick, I swear to God. You just, this is your first day. Does that mean he's gonna throw up? Please put a Carla face on a naked old man body. Okay, don't give him ideas. Don't give that man ideas. Gnome Crispy isn't real. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. What's the time? What's the day? Sorry. Alright, Sunday. Great. I do need to buy a shelf. I don't like this is that it's mixed. I guess I could do smaller shelves here. I could do 4 rows. I'm gonna regret this, but at least we can have its own genre. Okay, let's get some action here. Drama. That's full. Adult. We gotta put the adult here. Whoa. I guess I have to put this here. Because they're putting mixed on here. This is porn only. Drama. Drama. Okay. Cool. Adult. Mixed. What's mixed about it? Oh, horror. There we go. Stunning. Ooh, cream and... Wait, the Biscoff eggs? I'm just hearing what thing he said. Alright, this is adult. Put the adult here, King. Alright. Romance. It's hard because I want to make that red. But I'll make it purple instead. And then action is blue. And then a new release special, we'll make that orange. And mix. I don't think I like the different colors, but we'll leave it for now. Darn. Okay, it's open. $14 to my name. Popcorn machine soon, I think. Next level? And a new movie genre. I guess we have thriller, comedy, documentary, maybe? How many movies now? I know. What the hell? Should we have 13 bodies banner? Yeah, true.
Oh no.
I kind of like it somewhere, but I don't know where I can put it. That's not. Because it's still like fun that we have a banner. Ah, we'll sell it. Don't be shy. Porn here. Look, see, she's like, oh, someone's going to look at me. No, don't be shy, queen. Don't be shy, queen.
Oh, yeah, it does.
You know? We have so many movies now, it's a bit ridiculous. Action movie? Sure, I've got just the thing. No worries, babe. Rain, huh? I should try that. That sounds scrumptious. I also like that word a lot. $16 doll hairs. What do you got for me? He's going to the bathroom. Oh god, I had a good with Ashley. She never went to the bathroom. Fuck, I need Ashley back so bad. I should have let her be sick. Oh, Ashley was the best. God damn it. I'll do his job. I wonder how many times the rental places had broken tapes. Adult movie, yeah. Drama. I did half your job. Ask me anything. That was a quick toilet break, actually. Oh, that was new stuff. Yeah. I wish they wouldn't just crumble, Kyle. Because me too. Like, even though we have so much nostalgia, I feel like a bunch of us will be like, oh my god, yeah, bring it back. Wait, I don't have a VHS player. Fuck. I wonder if it's still expensive to buy those. Well, sorry, not still. I wonder if it is expensive to buy because it's kind of like a relic now. Kind of. I guess we haven't used them properly in like 30 years. DVD stores, I think, could still make a comeback for those who can't afford 10 million streaming services, which is most people. Because if you think about it, especially in Australia, monthly now, a streaming service is like $15. You know? So, if you times that by 10... Because the thing is... Like, oh, you don't need 10. Okay, sure. But then one night, you want to watch a specific movie. But guess what? Netflix doesn't have the license anymore, and now it's on Paramount Plus. You know what I mean? So then you get a trial to watch that movie, and then you forget about the trial, and then now you're charged. And you're like, okay, well, may as well have it for a month, and then its cycle continues.
Oh.
Jules, yes. I like DVDs, Cal. I used to collect DVDs. 4 VHS players since I collect and watch. I like that though. That's cool. Oh yeah, library. True, Sarah. True. Guys, an ad is coming up. I'm very sorry I'm running extra ads this month because I had way too much time off last month. So I do apologize if you're seeing more than usual. I usually don't run this many ads. What do you mean the streaming service I pay for has the movie I want, but I have to rent it? Yes, that's true. And I have to pay for no ads. What? Get that bread, girl. Thank you. My absolute goat. Oh, Huey's Adventures, Jeffy. Yep. Those were the days. His bloody lemon overalls doll. What a moment. Good old days still. Shove those ads in my pie hole and get that bag, girl. Thank you. Let me know what ad you get. If you got a pop-up or a video. Because sometimes people don't get the videos, which is cool. Okay, I would always call him a dirty man because I never filmed him washing his hands. To be fair, I kind of am on his side. I mean, sorry, I'm on her side. When you watch people, oh wait, yeah, sounds good, though. They never wash their hands. They're stanky. They're stanky as hell. I gotta sneeze. You know what was cool though? Wait. Sorry. Was when Foxtel IQ came out. And so weird. My grandparents always had Foxtel, which is so interesting to me because they weren't tech savvy at all, but I think it was for the football. But when we first got Foxtel IQ, it was such a crazy thing to record Jersey Shore and then come back after school and play the episode. That was so, like, I feel like that was ahead of its time, if I can say that. That was cool. Thank you for the blesses. Yeah. I don't like it, Carl. I love physical media. Like, I love some parts of New Age, but also physical media, you know? I'm with you. Oh, good. My favorite part.
Dude, I just potato vegetables.
Gym 10 laundry. So sci-fi films are...
I just saw your dick.
Chris saying I just saw your dick is crazy. Okay. I don't need any more sci-fi. 80%, jeez. We got plenty. I just signed out of Discord with friends who were also playing. Wait. When did this come out? Was it today or the other day? It's been on my radar for a while. Hey girl. This game, Ethan? No. I would, if this was a free game and they had like a battle pass, I would support the devs. This was 23 AUD, so I'm assuming 16, 17 USD, which is quite girthy for a simulation game, but I will say it's so worth it. It's worth every penny. You can tell the devs actually put time and effort into this game. It wasn't rushed. There are so many little aspects of this game that's just so good. It's worth every penny. It's great. Dropped yesterday. Yeah, I woke up this morning like, oh shit. I really want to play it. Laundry detergent, debt refinancing, and Firehouse subs. Oh, perfect. Thank you for letting me know. We needed that. Hey girl, come in. Okay. Television. I can't believe I bought the television. Popcorn. Movie display. Ceiling signs. Oh, these are cute though. Do you reckon Ashley will come back to me? I wish I could put this on here. The TV was worth it, true.
Oh.
No worries, Queen. Yes, Rain true. You right, you right. Benty! Pour one out, King.
Put your ass away, child.
I know, I know.
Benty Bird just subscribed. Pour one out for video rental shops TBH.
Real. Thank you so much for 56, doll. How are you, doll? Can I change? Uh-oh. What? I don't need to draw more attention to the fact there's porn there, but I love it. Perfect. Benty, how are you, doll? Good to see you. Bad and drama.
Oh.
Oh. You can. You can, doll. They're just really expensive. I wish you could have a loan. Unless there is a system and I haven't noticed yet. But I would love a loan system so I can expand my store. Even though I can't really afford to do much, but... Next signs, yep. Oh. Sorry, doll. I need the money.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, babe. I'm barely making rent. Thank you. You can't unsee it. Wait. John, wait. There is... Oh. True. Sorry, King. Everything's full. That's smart of them. That's cool. So he couldn't find a place for the movie. So he just put it on the shelf. That's really clever. Not my problem, babe.
Hey.
Is it the slow turn?
Hmm.
I just gave you no fee. What? What the hell? An old movie? Alright, we need more shelves. The new releases are too big, I think. I gotta get rid of that.
Wait, you just airdropped some shit to me.
That's too big. Yeah. I can never fill it. Maybe I put the new releases here. Little diagonal sign. Oh, sorry, Queen. And then maybe move this here. Hold. One second.
Oh, I'm so oily.
Wait, darling. Wait. Ladies. Hi, darling. How are you? Whoa, Tyler? Cherry, huh? Alright, no worries, babe. No worries. Here you go, sweets. Charge fee. Thank you, babe. I'm so glad you understand. I'm running a business, not a charity. Hi, King. Oh, an adult film. I love keeping my sailor oiled up. Hello? Thank you so much. Hello?
Oh.
Thank you, Julian. Hey, Queen. Do I have a copy? I have a copy just for you, Queen. I like how it's instant.
Wow.
You damaged it, babe. Thank you. Can I get all syrup, no slush? Of course you can. Hello, Julian. Sounds good. Hello, ma'am. Sure thing. Oops. Hey, King. Ooh, a movie night. Okay. Okay, Rich. Sure. A lot of people renting out the prawn today. Excellent. All right. I need to go to... Wait. They have one still? Wait, ladies. If someone damaged Double Swirl Hag, I will be actually really sad. I'm really attached to this movie. I'll be really sad if it gets damaged. If I can say that. Slow start, you're hungover. What? No worries, King. I really miss Ashley. I miss her so much. Coil!
Biddies? For me?
Well, I never.
Guys, I've been wanting to say this for a while and I just truly don't know how to find the words. Something this important requires the most respect and authority. I just need to let you know, throat game so strong I can gurgle peanut butter.
Well, that's unique.
We got, was it 8 drinks?
That was a first time sentence.
We got 8 drinks.
Not the,
Yeah.
Hey, it got everyone at a lurk. Thank you for that, Kyle. Hey guys, good to see you. How are you? Wow, Kyle, thank you so much for those biddies and those kind words. I really needed that. Wally? Thank you for the lurks, guys. My goats.
Okay, Rebecca with the hair.
Dragging people. Oh my god! Caitlin, I thought you meant something else. Get some porn, you dirty bitch. Go on, go on. I know you want to do it. I found him. A good adult film.
Oh.
Like something, something. Shake your body like a belly dancer. I thought you were talking about. That's so funny, Caitlin. You were being dead ass, and I thought you were referring. Don't worry about what I thought. That's so funny. Okay, here's the thing, John. I didn't think I was going to enjoy this much. Here I am, whoopsies, enjoying it too much. The good news is, next week is going to blow your mind because we have Pocopia to start and Red Dead to continue. So unfortunately for all of you, we're eating so good. I might play some Red Dead tomorrow because I was meant to do a bonus stream tomorrow. This slaps, yeah. No, I'm having a great time. I was meant to do a bonus stream in the afternoon with some DBD and vibes. And there I was, barbecue sauce on my titties. But I've done Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Did I have Sunday off? No, I streamed Sunday, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, so tomorrow's my 10th day. Old. So I've kind of been streaming my little ass off. Hi, Wally. Oh. I thought he was just staring at me. Amy! I'm so glad. If, like, honestly, if I sell someone on a simulator, I'm just happy people are having a good time and they get to kind of, like, see it in action before they buy it. Because you might have watched this and been like, nah, I'm good. Save your money. Do that overtime work. I haven't, Autumn, no. Red Dead 2's my first.
Ooh.
Ooh. But I'm proud of myself because this week, so I've done 10 streams tomorrow and then I have an upload tonight going up on YouTube. So I've done 3 videos as well. And counting. So we're popping our puss, if I can say that. Amy's so good. Too good, actually. I'm so glad. Hello? Yes, I can. I sure can, King. No, go and buy it, doll. Don't be shy. Hey, doll. Whoa, you reserved... Okay, that was quick. The Variah Queen. No, I'm excited to do Pocopia in a couple of days. I'm thinking about doing it US Sunday or Red Dead US Sunday and then whatever the next day because I still want to complete that story. I don't want to give up on it at all, but also Pocopia, you know? So we'll do both. And more of this, I think. Yeah, she stood outside to reserve it. Wait. The Swimmer's True Desire. Chocolate covered teddy bear. I don't need any of these. Thank you. The Godfather in Autumn.
You know, it takes a lot to start up this stream.
Oh my god, we're doing it. Oh, if they did Twitch integration, oh, that'd be so funny. They probably will. They're probably waiting to see the success of the launch. And now they're like, uh-oh, shit, we should have added it in. Or maybe they have it ready to roll out. But like the controls are so smooth. You know how simulators are usually really janky? This feels nice off release, which is crazy. They definitely put their whole like ass into this. Unlocked a new vibe playing music while watching stream. I'm lit! Oh my god, what music you listening to?
In the spirit of Kyle's brave confession, I have something to report.
Okay.
Today I threw out my back from carrying this fat ass. Chris Spiked World.
I didn't know what you were gonna say there, but I do understand that sentiment. It's damaged, babe. Babe, you damaged it. That's not my fault. What the hell? Okay, queen, sure. Angry! Pixel, thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for your confession. We needed that. Okay, I'm gonna start doing these myself. Bitch behavior! Crazy. Wait, darling. Thank you for the combo. What the hell? Thank you, Jill. That's really nice. Wait, that combo this. Don't get me excited, doll. Don't get me excited. Does anyone remember the microwavable popcorn balls? The bowls. There was definitely popcorn. Darling. Thank you. Also, thank you guys for number one, your generosity, but I don't know, the switch up today, because we had a full plan. And then, I don't know, I woke up and I was like, fuck, I just really would like a good sim, and I want to chat. And don't worry, Red Dead's going nowhere. I'm so excited for that, but it's nice just to yap, I guess. Yeah. The bread's burning point. That's so ridiculous. Oh, that's cute. I like that better. Wait. Oh. It's too busy, but it's really cute. Oh, that's cute. That's so funny. The Walk of Fame. The stars are cute, though. Okay. Let's open. Unless I get him to... Is Ashley back for hire? I miss her. Ooh, Maxime has fast checkout. Thick-skinned. Does not quit when yelled out to work faster. Strong bladder. Yep. Knuckle. That freak that followed Chris around sounds so funny.
Oh.
Hey, girl. Look fantastic today. Thanks, babe. Thank you so much. I'm going to get her to ring people up, I think. And then I'm going to do everything else. What's the day today? Nothing. New release day tomorrow. Weren't you thick-skinned and you just started your day? Charlotte.
Big Justice's sister.
Her first day. What the hell?
Oh.
Chloe, girl. Sure, babe. Sure. Sure thing. Hey, Whiskey. Ah, guys, keeping my sailor oiled up. I swear, if I break any of these, if someone breaks any of those adult films, I'm gonna be so upset. I'm really attached to them. Her first second, really true. Why let him. All right, let me see if my staff member's ready to work. Work the checkout, please. That's why. Oh, got you. Oops. Okay. Movie drama. Science fiction. We have a new release coming. Hey, babe.
Oh.
Does she just go out the back when there's no customers? Are you good, sweetie? No, honey, I was just checking our quarterlies. God, she was farting up a storm in there. Hello. Guys. I miss Ashley. I shouldn't have. Ashley was so good. I made a grim mistake. God damn it. Wait. Definitely some broccoli in there. Can we beg her to come back? I don't think, unless we keep... Maybe she'll come up again? Maybe I can find her again. Ash, please, we'll do anything. Ash! Why is that steaming? Don't leave your store unattended. Why? Bad backs. Ooh. Right here, sir. Right here.
Ooh.
Guys, don't say I don't do anything. Ash found other ways to pay for her Adderall. No, I need her. Well, I saw him. But we haven't seen him, I think. Unless it's that, like, cunty guy. Oh, wow, look at the store. That's what I would love to make it. Yes, I remember that. In VHS stores, and you just, like, walk around the aisles. I would love that. Look how much it can expand. But we need money. Is there a loan system? Surely there's a hidden loan system. Surely. Does anyone know? Let me know if you see a loan system. New release day. Damn. Homepage. 5 random movies. Back to back, yeah. I want it more, I want it bigger. For someone who's lonely.
Oh.
Thanks, Queen. I guess it's fair. I just wish we could. Even though I know why. Like, I know we shouldn't. Alright. Westy. Isn't it crazy? I love it. Hello, doll. How are you? Popcorn machine. Georgie. 45, doll. Jesus.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away, child.
I can't put my ass away, Georgie. You know that.
Subscribed.
Ping. Hell Hotel. Hell yeah. Let's get 10 of them. The Shinnin. We have some Blockbuster vibes. Like, the Blockbuster thing is here. Which I love. Bad Backs is still a thing. So we can put this here.
I have nothing.
Georgie, I hope you're well, doll. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. Oh, yeah. The evil spirit will drive you mad. Out on VHS today. Yippee! We're really doing it. Broken. That's a new tape. God damn it. Tabitha, it's good. Hi, White Lash. How are you? Oh, our popcorn machine's right here, Pookie. We need someone to buy some popcorn. A judge's favorite. A pizza. Bread's burning point.
My hair looks kind of fluffy right now.
Oh, I have to buy it. Oh, hold. Woo! Oh, we're so back.
Oh.
Oh. There you go. We turned it on. Hello? Yes, one moment. Autumn, that's for the sneaky boy. The VHS. The guy that sells us our porn. That's so crazy. That's a crazy sentence. Piggy, you stop it. Don't stop. Action. Our adult films are back, sorry. I hope he has more porn for us to buy. Crazy sentence. And I'll say it again. Look, all our porn's here, guys. Woo! Wild comes. We're doing it. I'll double check though, Autumn, but I'm pretty sure. Yep, the tape dealer. I'm so excited.
Oh.
Oh. Go on. Someone buy some popcorn. Please? Wild comes. Oh, wow. Guys, we really need... We need the money to expand.
Put your ass away, child.
I don't know how to make more money.
Ren just subscribed.
I guess I just have to...
Silly.
Ren! $37? Jesus. Thank you. How are you? Guys, the resubs today. Mamma mia. Thank you so much. Oh, pamphlets. You're right. Maybe some other time. Oh. Thank you. Hey, Diva.
Oh.
Oh, what's this? Hey, King. Hey, babe. Movies give you headaches? What? Guys. Okay, fine. My tape is here. What the hell?
Oh.
There you go, King. Yep. Excuse me, sir. All of that for free. Well, thank you. I saw his whole taint. Oh my god. Alright, babe. Sure. He was showing it for free. The hell? Okay, wait. Let's do this. Because I can't help myself. Drama, 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 drama. Horror, drama.
I was doing a stanky leg and then flipped the camera and I was still stanking it.
I can hear myself stanking it up. Nice. That's quite nice. Yes, doll? Do you just reserve some porn? Good for you! Good for you, doll! No one reserves porn these days. There's nothing to be shy of. Goon it up. You're only human. One moment. Oh my god. I miss the olden days without cell phones. The smallest bill I have, great. Bye bye, M. Lock in. Lock the hell in. Did you get some porn? No. What if I want to unlock? I guess you can do that as well, babe. Why not? Action movies. We need a bigger thing for action. Maybe I'll buy some more action films? Yeah, I thought so. Great. That's so funny. I keep hearing bits of that YouTube video and it cracks me up. It's so much fun, Rand. So good. So good. Welcome in. I'm obsessed. It's great. Hello, Bobby! Okay, watch streak. Oh, hi, sweets. Hi, Sparkly. Yeah, the people look really silly, but I kind of prefer that over ones that look too real. Kind of fits the vibe, but they are weird. I won't lie to you. Welcome in, everyone. Spectacular to have you. It's Demolition Derby Day. I don't think anyone bought popcorn. Drama. Time has come. I remember that game. Yeah, they look very silly. Like, you're right. Do you know what they look like, Sparkly? I don't know if you remember or if you saw any content, but Schedule 1. It's kind of like extreme Schedule 1 models.
Good question about the toilets, so they're actually bigger. No, they do. They're warm. The only problem is every bathroom is the size of my hat.
That bobblehead is so scary. I don't think I have enough space for all the things I have. Oh, we're fine.
Carla's reaction first time. She's had a drywall this whole
Crazy. Ooh, adult. I'm gonna put this here for now. The VHS reminder. I know. Oh no, he's gonna be sick, isn't he? Sorry, babe, I need you. Feel ancient. Friday, Saturday, okay. I need to make, here's the thing. I need to make more space, but I also need to do this. 1,000. Surely there's a loan thing, guys. Get me, look at that. I want that so bad. Oh. I want it. Guys, think. There has to be a way to ask for a loan. God damn it. I don't know. Do you happen to know how big the file for stream you have on the TV? I tried editing a compilation of 80s movie trailers for my friend who's playing it. It didn't work. Did you... This sounds silly. Did you replace the file that was already in there with the same title? Because that's why it didn't work for me. Pardon me. I did 512 by 512 in my Filmora, in my editing thingy. And then it didn't work until yes. So, you know how you go into the file and it has replace this file? Thank you, Striker. You have to rename the file you're trying to put on the television, and then delete what's in there. Yeah, I don't think there's loans anymore. Yeah. I remember renting Crash Bandicoot, I think. Yeah, that's how I fixed mine anyway. Hey, girl. That should work. And then return to the menu and come back in. Oops. Damn. Romance, drama, horror, romance, adult, adult. Hey. Oh. Yeah, Stinky, true. Mum and I borrowed the Charm series back in the day. Look at my adult movies. This is my favorite. Double Swirl Hag. Oh, of course he is.
Ooh.
He's going straight there. A bad movie?
Oh.
I feel like you look more like you have a job in like health insurance than you do as a streamer. Like slash mom.
But we're streaming, right?
She's much better. I'm seeing her Saturday now. Because today, we were talking last night and I was like, listen, you're still sick. Just a little bit. Why don't you keep resting and then I'll see you Saturday. So she's on the mend. She's on the mend. I love when people ask for like shitty horror films to rent. I forget the title of this one film my sister and I watched, but fuck, it was bad. It was real bad. I will, Bobby. I will. I remember renting Destroy All Humans for my original Xbox One. Holy shit. Yep. Those were the days. Romance. I got just the flick. Hello? Peasant on a Plate? Yep. My favorite film. Oculus. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. So many late ones. Oopsies. Drama. Action. Action. Horror. Horror. A seat for our smoke. Peasant on a Plate. Sure, babe. Here's your plate. Enjoy. Oh. What do we have tomorrow? Wow, we're gonna be stoked for horror movie. Oh, claim. 580. Oh, we need more. Sell 20 popcorns. Hire 2 employees. Display 4. Oh, we can do that. Did I get it? Display 4 holographic movies in a display case. Oh, a display case. Hold. I didn't really want to spend money to make money, but we should. I can hear this.
Bro, your dick was out. I just saw your dick.
That's crazy. Your dick was out. It's crazy. $100. Unlock all store expansions. Unlock all genres. Order a movie with its SKU code on the black market. How do I do that? Order a movie with its SKU code. SKU code. How do you get that? I know, Bobby. Isn't that cool? Hi, Amanda. How are you, doll? Haunting of Hill House. Haunting of Hill House. Really? Oh, here we go. SKU code. Wait, adult. 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 Oh my god.
Hey.
That is so cool. 250 movies. I wonder how many movies I have in here. I can't buy an arcade machine just yet, I think, right? No. What else can I do? Hire 2 employees, can't do that. Check in, that should be close. Popcorn's close, probably. We lost Cupcake? Did we lose Cupcake? Hot Waitress. Was it Yummy Cupcake? Yummy Milk I want. Double Swirl Philosopher. Squeezing Fishbowl. The Swimmer in Good Hands. Dancing with My Octopus. My Sweet and Tasty Troll. Guys, I think it's really cool though that you have that option to do that. Yes. Charge fee. Yeah, thank you. What the hell? Yeah, I'll see you next time. What? Summer in good hands. Yeah. Oh, an ad's about to start. Do I take this opportunity to tinkle? Do I? I would like some food, but I don't know what I have. God, I would love a full pizza right now, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. That would be amazing. Not right now, because I guess I would be too slimy. But what's the one about stiff pickle? Wait. When's... Okay. We gotta get the tape dealer. Own 250 movies in your inventory. How do I know? How do I know what's in my inventory? Wow, I have a lot. You know what's cool about this? Look how much there is to unlock or find. That's kind of cool. That's really cool that you... I think... Surely, is there a thing where you own every movie? Oh, there we go. 192. So I'm nearly there to 250. Unlock all movie genres. 667. It'd be cool if you could unlock having every single possible thing. Market. I don't want to spend money, but pawns and fast food. I wonder if you can buy... Oh, I gotta buy that. I like buying the bomb gang assault. That's crazy. I like buying the holographic because they... Is it true it costs more to rent?
That's really embarrassing.
Or is that
Wait, I got it.
not true? Daddy's 5 rush. I'll do these and then I'll go pee. What the hell? I really want to unlock... Do you think it's a good idea that I'm doing the expansion? That guy looks like Mr. Beast. I hate it. I wish I had more money though, because I want to get shelves as well. And more of them. Don't know if that's a greedy take. Drama. Oh. Hell Hotel. Zadry's 5 rush. Oops. I need more shelves. But I also want the $1,000 expansion. Don't know what I should invest in more. Someone's angry. Yeah, I want to do aisles. I want to do like this. I'll show you. Like that's what I want. I want the aisles. Oh, that'd be so good. That's what I want so bad. But I find, I mean, it's kind of good in a sense. Like you just can't get anything. You can't get crazy. Wally's back. You can't get like big loans to speed things up. But I also want to make more money. More room, more shelves. Oh, that's nice. Free tapes. The pawn's back, guys. Flower, hello. Sorry. My bad. Oh no, please don't tell me I'm getting sick. How are you? Oh my god, Bliss, you're getting there. My goat. How are you? McBain movies, Clem. Yep. How are you, Dom? God, this scratches your brain, I'm telling you. Horror, romance, drama, action, horror, porn. Oh, nice. How are they going?
Oh.
Thank you, Queen. Oh.
Hey, how are you? How are you?
Fear the Hitchhiker. Yeah. This is the game music, yeah. It's kind of a vibe. Alright, let's check this. I don't think we've unlocked anything. Oh shit, you're right, we have to tinkle. Alright. Watch the customers.
Hey.
Oh, a sweet treat. Wait, yes. I had some of my Easter bunny, but I don't know. Now I need something savory. This is the curse with me. I'll have something savory. I need something sweet. Have something sweet. I need something savory. I'm just never satisfied, it appears. Never satisfied. I'm a sucker for a sweet treat, though. A sweet treat is always warranted. Bless, I'm good, doll. How are you? I didn't expect to play this game for as long as I have today. But, I needed it, I think. I think I still will do a chill arc cap, guys. I know some of you are keen. Could be a vibe just to loot and yap. But we have so many games we're playing at the moment that arc is going to be like our cap game. Because now, the 3 main games I'm going to be playing, or 4, there's 4. So we're going to be playing Red Dead Redemption very, very soon again. We also are starting Pacopia. Oh my god. DBD. Then you have a bit of Ark thrown in there. Oh god, just too many games, I think, actually. She really is on her variety arc. Christmas? Guys, we have Christmas. Yes. Resident Evil will probably come after Red Dead. Yeah. Hi Mariah, how are you? Guys, is this crazy? Okay. My employee's salary just came out. Happy Christmas! Okay, while we're here then, I'll buy some Christmas movies. Free! Oh! Ashley's not back. And Reanimal, yes.
That's a good question about the
I put the Christmas with the porn.
No, they do. They're warm. The only problem is every bathroom is a size.
Ashley is not back, unfortunately.
So I can't go
We have our... Ooh. We have this little lady. Girl. Alright, we're gonna get our expansion very soon. We're just gonna let them... Oh, shit. Okay. I know, Ray! An absolute miracle. Yeah, Tammy. I don't know if we're still gonna do it, but Whiskey and I were thinking about doing a duo with that. I'll play it regardless. But I know a few of you, including yourself, said it's a good duo game.
It takes a lot to start up.
This isn't a new release anymore. She's sleeping?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
We just need to make... Oh, there's our money. There's our money. Okay, I'm doing it, but I'm scared. What? Why do I keep losing money? What happens? Wow. Woo! God, now I want money to make my shelves. Yeah. I guess I can buy the... In the future, I might buy... This one? I want the wider ones so we can make a... So what's that? 250, so 500? Although I already have some, right? Although I have these. So what are these? What are those worth? 210. Do I... Oh, I kind of want these though. But I guess I could have like a wall. Like horror wall, for example. And then do like a mini thing. Short and wide. Hi Quiz, it's so good. It's so good. Like I'll start the horror wall over here. I'll just put this here for now. I'm excited. True, we could make this like a feature wall of holographic things. New releases here, right at the door. Even though that's not a new release anymore, but... Oh. Yes, sir.
Oh.
Bad bags. Yep. Guys, can you imagine how good this is gonna look? Wait, let me think. It'd be good to have this wall for like arcade games. I still want the aisle though. I still want the aisle so bad. Action movie.
Oh.
Big shelves on the walls. Yeah, the smaller in aisle. Because I have a lot of horror movies. So I would like to do a horror wall, a drama wall, a sci-fi wall. But then I want small little cunty shelves. How much are those worth? This one. 125. How can I make more money? Owning movies will be good. Red Rooster Juice. I love buying holographics. Guys, I know I shouldn't do this because I'm trying to save up, but wait. The holographics are so cool. I'm guessing that's the only reason for them is to display them. Unless it's not. Unless I'm so wrong. The floating octopus in love. Ooh. Oh. I need a third one, but I'm not ready for that yet. Cute! I think I'll definitely... Oh, you can make the pillars. Ooh, that's kind of a vibe. Oh, we're gonna get the stars here. What do the customers do to them when they come back damaged? I think you're right, David. You're right. I'm a huge piece of shit. But okay, Zesty. They like the tape. Bad movie. Bad Christmas movie? Am I getting sick? Why am I coughing? Ooh. They ruined the tape. Like the tape's all messed up. Alright. Hello? Bend over. Okay. No, take your time.
You're weird.
Tuesday. Hi, Paige. How are you? Oh, I haven't done my job. Okay. My bad. My bad. Oh. Reserved. Oops. Horror? All right. Rewind, yep. Just relaxing, listening to the morning doves. Why are you still here, Joe? My favorite, Double Swell Hag, back at it. A lot of people hide out the porn this week. Good for you. Yes. Come out the back. Come out the back door. I know just the thing. Just the thing. You know me so well, doll. Wait, it did? I didn't watch. I haven't seen anything about it. Any tea? I'm so not... I don't know anything. I feel like about pop culture anymore. How many? I feel like I always used to know about award shows and everything. Like I'd be pushed the content. But I'm not anymore. I'm not down with it. I'm glad. Can I say something? With love. I'm glad Marty Supreme didn't win a lot. Or any. I will say though, like, the cinematography, the grade, the acting, it wasn't bad, but the screenplay and the story, I was just kind of sat in the theater like, what's the point of this story? Like, I know the point of it, but it was just very disappointing. It was a fine film. I thought it was well made, but it was fine. Like, the first half, Striker, I'm not even trying to glaze. The first half, I was like, okay, yep, I'm interested. And then it just went on for too long. And then certain parts, I was like, what is the point of this? Like, it just wasn't, it was fine. I wouldn't say it was the worst film I've ever seen, but I was honestly sat there like, you know? Because here's the thing. Marty Supreme. So if you don't know, I went to school for film production. So a film story can be pretty bad, but I can sit there and be like, the editing's good, the cinematography's good, I like the grade, ooh, that was a cool shot. Like, I can appreciate how it was made, but the story, I was like, what? That's it, you know? Oh, wow. Tabitha. Okay, okay. Fry Supreme from Taco Bell. Exactly. The worst film. Ooh. Cinderella? With, what's her name? What's her name? Camila Cabello? Is it Cinderella? No, no, that was pretty bad. But, like, you can still laugh at it. Yeah, same Mike, same. I was like, okay. Let me think. Hi, Floppy. How are you, doll? I'm trying to think of a bad film that I watched and I was like, what the fuck? Sometimes bad films are good because they're funny. I'm just trying to think of, like, objectively bad. It's a good question. Stop. John, you are farming. Uncle Buck is a classic. Stop. Stop farming. That's so funny though. Sharknado. Uncle Buck is so good. It's always a meme in this channel, Striker, because I keep trying to tell one of my good friends to watch Uncle Buck because it's an 80s classic, and they're like, no, and I'm like, trust me, it's good. I'm like begging her to watch. Yeah, Striker, it's so cool. Gonna call to retrieve it from yourself. Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, Tu Wong Fu, thanks for everything. Great film. Patrick Swayze is, and everyone in that movie is great. Beetlejuice, favorite. Home Alone 1 and 2. Like I said, Uncle Buck. Aww. Wait, Tabitha, okay, Flex. I feel like I'm not making money in this store anymore. Fuck ass. Easter Bunny movie. I gotta watch more movies. Oh. I like to battle one battle after another. I think that kept me entertained. There was some bits in it where I was like, what? But it did keep me entertained. I wasn't bored. Guys, I need more shelves. I'm running out of space. Django. I haven't seen that in so long.
Oh.
Cloverfield sucked. I haven't seen that in so long. True, we can do more flyers. That's a good point.
Whoa! Ooh.
Hey guys.
Wow.
No, I haven't, Caitlin. Noted.
Hmm.
Oh. They're angry. Hey, King. The first Iron Man movie is so long and boring. Hot take, maybe. Here's my hot take that I don't think is actually, I think it's a freezing cold take, actually. I think a lot of people agree.
Oh.
Home Alone 4, I haven't even seen it, and I'm not going to. 1 and 2, that's it. Here's my freezing cold take. Movies need to be shorter. Like the 80s and the 90s. Some movies, it's kind of like when people say this could have been an email. There are some movies where I'm like, fantastic movie if you were 90 minutes. Long, don't get me wrong, Dill. Don't get me wrong. Some movies are made for long. I agree. I agree.
Oh.
Like, yes, I don't want to get rid of long movies in general. No, no, no. But a lot of films don't have to be as long as they are. Like, some of my favorite films are an hour and a half. Some movies, Kyle. Some movies. Yeah, there are some films that you're just like, why is this 3.5? Yeah, Striker. Marty Supreme didn't have to be that long. That's an example. You know what I mean? Like, I love a long movie if it's done right. Some movies, I feel like they're just like, you know what? Let's make it 3 hours. We'll just throw in the deleted scenes. And it's like, yeah. If I'm sitting there and I'm checking my phone, because I'm like, wait, how long have I been here for? You're not reeling me in. You know? Stinky, that's hand in hand as well. You're right. Hand in hand, I agree with you. I thought we were at the climax of 30 minutes. That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I mean. If it's done well, I don't mind a 3 hour. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But I think it's good when they know how long to make it and they're not just squeezing shit. You know what I mean? They're just throwing everything in. I didn't think it was bad, Nat. I didn't think it was bad. John, sorry. But there was just, I forget, there was some parts where I'm like, you're pissing me off now. You know what I mean? No, Dylan, I don't. But the general consensus with Marty Supreme, I've noticed, is I didn't think it was as amazing as people were hyping it up to be. Not bad. Just not as amazing. But then there's either me, the group, that it's like, yeah, fine. I wasn't like walking out of there like, wow. And then there's another half that are like, I loved it. And that's what makes movies cool, is we have our opinions and stuff. But I thought it would be cooler, I think. There were some scenes that I was really hooked on and I thought was cool. And then other stuff I was like, there's some stanky leg. I'll see myself out. No, it's okay. I'm tired of shows of, yes. Yeah, darling. What's a show that I didn't mind it being an hour long? If the show's done well, for example, I don't know if people agree with me here, but what's it called? The new It series, Fairy. What's it called? The fairy thing? Yeah, Sparkly Shore. Yeah, I liked that, John, though. Yeah. Welcome to Derry. Yeah. I really enjoyed that. I didn't think I would. Cheesy in parts. But like that being 40 to an hour long, I enjoyed. Because I really enjoyed it. And I had a great time with that show. But then other shows, I'm like, 30 minutes, guys. Come on. Like Simpsons. Give me a 25-minute show. Yeah, no, Tabitha, I get that. Orders, yeah, I love that shit. But Sound of Music is a perfect example of a movie that is fine long. I haven't watched that in so long. Oh my god. Hi. Xmas and Olds.
Oh.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Welcome to Derry, if I can say. Yeah, they watch his Family Guy. And you have TV shows that are like movie TV hybrids. Yeah. That's another thing, Kyle. That's another thing. And not the ranting diaries right now. I get why. I get, you know what? I don't get it. I am over really enjoying a series and then you don't get season 2 for 2 years. Bring back a season a year or a season every like 9 months. Because like as soon as the season ends, I'm clamoring for more. I get it takes work and I'm all for not rushing a project. Because then season 2 comes out and you're like, fuck, I forget what happened. And they do a recap, but it's not the same. You know, 20 episode seasons. Yes. That's why, very different. But I'm a Simpsons girly. I grew up with the Simpsons. They had 20 plus episodes in a season. It was 25 minutes an episode. Easy to digest. They came out quick. Like, what did Friends do at their peak? Was it a season a year or a season every 6 months? They had big episodes too. They had like 20 episodes in a season, right? Yeah, quiz, yeah. Season a year for Friends, yeah. But you know what? Also, Beck, hello my love. But then again, they had, say, 20 episodes of Friends and they would do it every week and that was exciting to tune in. So that was fun, you know. 25 episodes per season. I don't mind hour long eps if they're good. Welcome to Derry was what, 45 each, right? I love that. Yeah, Floppy, same. Same. Yeah, Beck, yep. Yeah. Yeah, Sparkly, I get that. It's... You know what it is? We want, right, heaps of seasons to be ready for us to watch, or we want a season to last longer. But then again, I don't want to watch an episode a week. So it's like, episode a week will stretch it out for us, give production time to like make the second season, but I don't want that either. So they can't win. John, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. That's true. How do we get onto this? I love when we get onto a topic. No, you're right. Spot on. Spot on. Yeah. Every 6 to 9 months. Yes. Yes. What was Simpson back? Anyone that was watching The Simpsons in the prime? I don't remember. They were churning it out pretty quick, weren't they? Was it like 2 seasons a year? I feel like it was always on. Ah, David, yes. Yes. I'm gonna see. Let's see. How frequent were The Simpsons released back in the day? Like seasons. Oh, okay. September through to May. Episodes released on a regular weekly basis during the television season, generally through from September through to May. So there was like a 8 to 9 months of Simpsons, then a break, and then new season. But then they were doing reruns. Reruns? They were doing reruns. They were doing reruns. Right, okay. Ah, yes. Guys, they have 805 episodes. Holy shit. Yeah, exactly, Beck. Yep. Because if you had Foxtel, you would have the marathons. They would always have The Simpsons on. And then in Australia, at least, on free-to-air television, it was something like Seinfeld, then The Simpsons. Like Seinfeld or Neighbours. Oh, no. I think it was Neighbours, The Simpsons, right? And then Seinfeld? Good thing with Simpsons was they still played old eps. Yes. Hi, Nell. What the hell? My Pookie. How are you? Guys, there's an ad in a minute. Just a heads up. I'm sorry I'm playing more this month. I appreciate you for watching them, though. And thank you for the follows, guys. 6 p.m. Simpsons, 6:30 Neighbours, 7 Sign. Yep, that's right. Look at my XP. How much money did we make that day? 318. Hello? Oh, OG Charm, true. Drama movie rentals, perfect, because I have so many drama movies. And we have our porn guy coming today, Crazy Comms. I would switch to Home and Away at 7. Wow. Our porn man! Yeah, so there are 2 shows that I constantly rewatch. I haven't started again, but I should. I will finish Sex and the City and then restart it. As soon as episode is done, I'll go back to season 1. I haven't done that in a while though, because I forget the stories. I don't know how. And then I'll do that with friends as well. It's just an easy watch if you don't know what to watch. It's just easy. And it feels like I have friends around me. It sounds so sad. When you live with yourself, it's nice. It's a nice feeling. Okay, let's open. Such a Samantha thing to do. Me with Gossip Girl. It's so good, Floppy, because when I was younger, I kind of was judging Mum a bit. I was like, you hussy. Why are you watching this porn show? Because I had no idea. And then I watched it as obviously an adult, and I was like, oh, the stories are actually really good, and it's not as much sex as you think. I honestly thought it was a porno show when I was a kid. I hated it. I was like, why the fuck are we watching people dry hump, Mum? I don't get it. But then you watch it as an adult, and you're like, oh. Got you. I'm with you now, Mum. I'm with you. And you also form opinions as an adult as well. You rewatch it and you realize that, oh, maybe Carrie was being a bit of a brat. You know? Lemonade! Thank you for the sub! And now I dry hump. It's crazy.
Put your ass away, child!
You slag.
Spilt lemonade _ just subscribed.
That's
Hi,
funny.
doll.
It's good, Tabitha. It's good. And Twilight Saga. Although I will say number 1 will always be the best. Kind of gets a bit weird towards the end. Lemonade, thank you so much for 16. How are you, doll? True, darling. I'm so silly. Why would I not think that? My bad. My name of my store is Daddy's 5 VHS. I'm still working on how I say it, but you get the point. Mr. Big. You know what's crazy? Here's a hot take. If you've seen Sex and the City. Carrie and Mr. Big are meant to be together. And here's why. And I won't, this is no spoilers. They are both addicted to drama.
You naughty
That's
boy.
why her and Aiden didn't work. He was too stable for her.
Darling has gifted a sub to Nel Damo.
unless she broke the unless she broke the habit of her vibe.
Oh.
Yeah, they're just, look, they worked because they just, you know, each character has their flaws just like we do. So I say this all with love. There are some episodes that Charlotte pisses me off. Sometimes Samantha pisses me off. And then sometimes I'm like, Carrie, please. And then sometimes I'm like, fuck, I'm not her, am I? But I too am far from perfect as well. So who am I to judge a character? Oh.
Hey.
Darling, thank you for gifting a sub to Nell. Honor, I can't be. Unfortunately, I try to be, but it just, I can't. I'm pretty close though. No, I'm kidding. I haven't, David, no. That's something that I have to watch. I think I watched a little bit with Mum, didn't understand it because I was young. My favorite movie's on. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Lemonade. I appreciate it so much. I'm gonna rework my alerts, by the way. I won't replace anything, but I gotta revamp them. What's one that you don't want me to touch at all, guys? Let me know. Otherwise, I might axe it. Be quiet, everyone. Pussy tussin'. Pussy tussin'. All of them. Interesting. Yeah. So true. And also a different time in dating, you know, like at the start especially. You know, you didn't have the instant messaging and stuff. I think I can put this here now. Don't touch your mother. Yeah, tossing, not popping. The Bob Ross Wop? Really? I'm so scared to touch my alerts because I know there's a lot of you that are like, don't fucking touch it. But then I also need to revamp them. I want to make an alert where you don't know what you're going to get. Chris said I should do that. It's like, fuck. He's putting aside spicy ones for me. My god. I can probably add more, yeah. I could do maybe... Ooh, reserved. I could do something where, like... I don't touch the alert, but there's a chance you might get another alert. You know? Like, mix it up a little bit. The cow juice. Always watching. Real. Pulling his kyak out. I can't believe that.
Oh.
Mystery box alert. Exactly.
Huh?
Exactly. Babe. Wake up, babe. Mystery box. Oh. I should bring the fishes back too. That was fun. I miss reeling. Do the fishes again, but make more rare fishes. That was fun. Wait, daily? Art, really? John, I've read about that. Or I've heard people talk about it. The Fantasy Fairy. My Biscuit Her Desire. Thank you. I would like... Isn't that guy who's wanted? Wait, he's the wanted guy. Client are asking to see the manager. What now? Oh. Sorry, doll, you broke it. She... What? Dying to put my fingers in there. Yes, Moxie, yes. Both of them. I used to get the titles mixed up all the time because I'm silly. But yes, I agree. Floppy, good question. Yes, kind of. So, let me do this quickly. So, yeah. It doesn't really, it's not like a big thing in my head. Let me go outside. But like, I get used to the way people type, their color, their usernames. So I will admit, when someone changes their username or their color, I usually notice because I can tell how they type. I don't know. It's just you just get used to someone's vibe in chat, and then yeah, there are some moments where I'll truly think someone is a 30-year-old woman, and not for any other reason other than my brain's created that when I've spoken to them, and then I found out they're a 20-year-old man, and I'm like, cool. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's not a bad thing, though. Yes, Carl. 110%. But, like, yeah, I do have, like, random vibes in my head for everyone. But, yeah. I did, Dylan. Yeah, profile me. Who am I? Guys, we can't do this. Every time we do this, every time someone asks a wholesome question, that everyone in chat's like, do me. I'm like, guys, this is, I can't. Like, I just... I can't just, like... It's in the moment. It's in the moment. But, like, you're all very cute in my head. Like, I never picture someone, unless you're a gort, I never picture someone and go, ugh. It's always wholesome. You know what I mean? Yeah. But then sometimes I don't picture anyone at all. I just picture your vibe. So everyone has their own vibe in chat. You know? Look, I promise you, 30-year-old woman seems fair to me. I promise you, when I think of something, because I don't just think of it now, it has to be in the moment. I will tell you guys. Let's not pull that thread. But you're all like positive in my head. You're all positive people in my head. Sometimes if someone talks a lot, I might generate like a thought of what they look like, but most of the time it's just like, oh, Stinky's here, you know? Hi, Odie. How are you, doll? Hi, Nick. You can think of me a neg, it's okay. Listen, I know you want that, but it's not true. Floppy, I think right now, if I were to go off the top of my head, I would say man. But again, it's never a bad thing. It's just like, if I have to pick one or the other, I would just do that, right? But a lot of people come across very feminine to me, and then they're like, no, I'm a man. I'm like, oh, okay, sick. Like, it's not a bad thing to be feminine. But again, I'm only going off the way you type, and a color, and badges. That's why it's like, I never mean anything to be bad, because it's not bad, but I'm just going off, you know, your thing. But it's always funny, because sometimes I'll think someone is a man. Who do I think was a man that's not? There was someone recently. Where in my head, they were just a guy, and then they posted a selfie, and I was like, wow, you're gorgeous. And a woman. You know? No bad omens, darling. No bad omens. No, I know, Nat. I mean, John, I just really like talking about it. I promise I wouldn't yap or explain if I didn't give a shit. How dare you assume something like that? I think sometimes it's people's names. Like, I think someone once was like, again, it's assumptions, but someone would be like, this is literally no one's name. it would be like Hammer Boy 59. And then I'm like, okay, Hammer Boy. Boy, cool. And then they post the girliest, most like Barbie photo and selfies. And I'm like, oh, cute. Okay, cool. Fun. Silence a band. Oh, sorry, babe. Not me be like, no, there's no bad omens for your birthday. Darling, me not taking that literally. I know, Floppy, I know. My brain, I think a lot of people see me as masculine-y. Stinky, I think I see you in the middle. I think you're in the middle of feminine and mass to me. If I were to pick for you. Again, I'm not sitting here when I talk to all of you being like, yeah, you're masculine, this is a feminine bitch. Like, I never like think like that. But if I were to, it'd be like in the middle, I think. You know? Cause you're just chill. Floppy, yeah. We're all mates, yeah? Yeah. I'm continuing the joke. I'm dry like a desert. I'm dry as hell. Not in some ways, though, but no. I wonder what people would think I look like if I didn't have a profile picture and they just heard my voice. My gender is just chill. Exactly. You're all chill to me. You will notice, though. You will notice I probably use... Babe, you do every day. Sorry, what? You keep calling people doll. No, I know, Striker. It's because of Kath and Kim. I grew up watching Kath and Kim with my sisters. I would call my mum doll at 7 years old. I've just always done that. I love it. I call people doll and sweets. I can't help it. When I first started watching you, I genuinely thought you were so tall. Isn't that so funny? People do say, I either get, no, you're short as hell, or people go, no, I thought you were like 5'10", which is hilarious. The way you talk, yeah, I definitely, no, that's so fair. That's so fair. I either talk like a disgusting millennial or I sound like I'm 80. Kyle. That has to be Kyle. There ain't no way. That has to be Kyle. Fuck off. Who did that? Oh, wait. Who did Hammerboy 69? Or is it Ping? I'm always dying to find a way to use Kath and Kim in real life. I want to tell someone, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying you look bad. That's hilarious. Kyle, you just always make funny things. It's a compliment. Another day, another late fee. Yeah, true. True. What's the day today? New release day. What? Someone made an alt. No, I heard my name. The March 19th created account is so funny. But I'll give you a hint.
Wow.
Oh, wait, you said you. That seems like something Chris would do. But can Chris be bothered? He is off, but he said he types you like you all the time. Wonder if that's Chris. He is editing though. Guys, you like that?
I'm 30 now.
You like that?
Hey.
Getting rid of this. Although I really like Hell Hotel. I think I just want to have it in the store. Alright, so it's not Chris. Who would say that? It has to be Kyle. I'm a top. Okay, it's Kyle. Because he's a bottom and he always says he's a top and he's not. I know us, but I think it's cool. Look at it. Ooh. Stank it up like Carla. That's what you could look forward to. Pussy tossing 6? Wait, I have pussy tossing 6 for you, babe. Yeah. My name was on the reservation list for the movie The Cow Juice. Always watching. Yes, I have you.
I think this is one of these horror messages.
Katie! Hello!
I think it's a goose.
How are you, doll? Broken. Hi, guys. How are you, doll? Hello, hello. What were you playing? Tell me everything. Tell me. Were you chatting? Thank you, darling. Were you playing any games or just yapping today? Hell yeah. Guys, welcome in. I didn't mean to play this game today for as long as I have. But it's way too much fun. If you love simulators, you're in for a treat. Ooh. Oh, nice. Okay, variety. Stunning. Stunning. Ray, tell me. Something silly. I'm kind of addicted to this. If you, from the raid, grew up with VHS tapes, you are going to love this. It is such a vibe to go back in time and just enjoy this. You have to play it, Kels. It's so good. Oh my god, Katie. As someone, I would call myself a simulator. Alright? And I'm sorry for being crude. I am just a simulator queen, okay? Run, don't walk to this game. There are so many cool quality of life things. For example, I'll show you. Snacks, right? Something with simulators that are fine and obviously needed is you have to order the snacks, then they get delivered, then you have to put the snack. All you have to do is click this here, pick something you want, click. Perfect. All right, I want to put some Crunchzilla. Perfect. Great. Great. Easy peasy. Some chips. Perfect. Easy. Easy, easy. And I'm also going to do some popcorn. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Done. Crazy. Yes, gas station sim. Yes, Katie, great game. So you have that. That's amazing quality of life. I cannot tell you how much I recommend this game. Yeah, darling, I agree. I can't help it. Tabitha, you're about to stank it up. Another thing that's cool is you have a calendar. So with this calendar, you have your tasks, you have your weather, it tells you things. But look, you can hover over things and see what you need, whatever. So today is a new release day. Cool, so we've ordered the new release. Now we have the spooky season for the last 3 days of the year, and it will tell you that 100% of horror movie rentals will incur. So way more rentals of horror movies. It tells you everything you need to know. You have a full calendar. It is amazing. We were meant to play this for 2 hours. It's been 6 hours. Also, the catalog is so easy to navigate. You have your expansion here. Look at how your movies are delivered. I know I don't need to sell anyone this anymore, but I just think it's so cool. So we'll get 10 random movies, for example. And they just arrive here. And you can hold 10 movies at a time. So easy, so simple. And then you just pop them on the shelf. And you can flick between them. It is so well made. I cannot stress enough. Hence why I've been on it for way longer than I was meant to be. And you can fully customize your shop for free, basically. For example, I want to paint this wall. Cool. Doesn't cost you a bloody cent. Stunning. Which I really like, because sometimes in sim games, you go broke just painting the wall. You know? But anyway, great game. Worth every penny.
Oh.
It actually, I've played so many Sims games that I want to make a tier list, but this is honestly S tier, and it's only been out for a day. No, Rosie, real, and not sponsored. I wish I was. How you know where the movies go? They can go wherever you want, Floppy. So if you don't want to categorize your shelves, which I want to do properly, it will change to mixed. If you put all the same genre on one shelf, it will automatically give you the genre. So this is horror. And then we have drama, sci-fi, romance, action. This is my porn, because there is adult films, but I decided to put Christmas movies with porn. So, yeah. Where's Wally? Need some help.
Hey.
A good movie. Okay, let's give him some porn.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Raiders. But, you know, it is what it is. And then, so I have a staff member doing this for me, but it's very easy to use. But this is the rewind desk. So when you get your returns, you just get these ready to put back on the shelf. And you can hold 10 at a time, remember? So you can do heaps at once. So I'm trying to make like I'm trying to make it cute, obviously. Oh, and something else that doesn't matter, but I want to show you is I put one of my YouTube videos on the TV. So I thought that was cool. You can turn up the volume. Yeah. I have sparkly, yes. It looks so cool. Some Christmas cheer while you decorate. Yeah, it has old TV effects. So I had to make the resolution 512 by 512. But then once it's uploaded, it has the vibe.
This what she looks like currently, right now. Oh, right?
But yeah, great game. Great game. I think I would like to change prices, because right now you can't change the prices. But I mean, you know, it's not necessary. Like, for example, this costs $75 to buy, but you get $3. So you make like what, $2.25 profit, which is pretty good. So I mean, it's day one. They don't really need to change anything. I think multiplayer could be cool. Clearance bin. What does this mean? We need it. I'm saving up for shelves, but I want a clearance bin. What does this mean? %50 market value. Oh. That's kind of cool, because I have so many extras of this film from when it first came out. Ooh. That's really cool. Oopsies. 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 Ooh. That's really great. What are these worth? Because they're holographic. $23 for the holo games. Wait, are we gonna make money now? Oh. So Apple now does this thing, it's really cool, where they scan up like incoming calls, and the person can be like, hey, I'm here from here, to talk about this. And then I can decline the call because that was a spam call. Interesting. Gifting yourself subs is just giving Amazon money for free. I hardly give myself subs anymore. I do sometimes to give back to the community because some people can't afford a sub. I don't mind though. Because again, if it helps the community, hell yeah, and then I still get a little bit back from that. But I haven't done that in a while. I can't afford to. But I have, for sure. I don't mind doing it though. Because if it helps someone out, I'm stoked. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people can't afford to watch ad-free. So, I do give back when I can afford it. Been amazing. Had it on my Pixel for like 5 years. Really? Damn, it's so good. I'm gonna sell some movies, I think. Can I sell this broken thing? Okay. Okay. Had an add-on Twitch. Really? You're built different. I love that. I might sell some drama. Jules, true. My goats. I might sell some of these. How much is this going for? Someone have a clown face pan? What the hell? $6. Ah, well. Why not? Why not? Sometimes when I watch on my iPad, it forgets to show me ads. Really? Sorry. Hope I'm not getting sick.
Oh.
Oh. Reserved. How much are porn titles worth? Not that I want to sell my sweet, sweet porn, but let's see. Oops. How much is this worth? I don't want to sell this. This is my favorite. $10. Oh, it's Halloween. Okay. I was like, why are people in masks? It's Halloween, guys. That's cute as. Everyone has little costumes on. An adult movie? Sure, babe. I'll give you my favorite. Double Swell Hag. Whoa. That's so cute. Someone reserved Double Swell Hag. The one with the mask? Yeah, the mask. I can ask for porn. I have a mask on. Good for you. Good for you, king. Or queen. Oh, adult. My bad. Babe, it's Halloween. We can't afford this. The titles are flying off the shelves today. I can't believe I'm still playing this game. Fuck. Stinky, yes? Guys, my bad. This wasn't a part of the plan today. Oh, I'm gonna sell some of these. $14, that's not bad. Oh shit, yeah, true, I need water. You right, you right. You right. You got me. You got me, babe.
Oh.
You right. Oh, I gotta throw pamphlets at people too? This is a full-time job. I just gotta save my money for shelves. And that's starting very soon, guys. But I'm gonna get up in a second and go get my water and pee because I've had a lot of Red Bull today. I don't want to stop watching you play this game. Wait, my goat. No, I'm really enjoying it. Fuck. Who would have thought? Not me. Science fiction old. I want to learn all the old ones. Ooh. Ooh. In your TV, no one's around, are they? Because I might moan. Wait, Carl, even if you're lying, I kind of want to visit. Nah, I'm joking. I learned that I saw a sex show in Amsterdam. And it was a lot. So I probably wouldn't like that. I'd probably feel uncomfortable or giggle too much. I know that the nostalgia deal, I'm loving it. I feel like we're not making any money today. My god, cunty diva. I thought they were wearing heels. I was gonna be like, yes, babe. Go for it. Intimate family tree. Oh, inmate. Okay, that's much better than what I thought that was. I was gonna say,
Oh.
I think so. I hope not. The organ pulling Santa's sleigh. Okay. Bad backs. I can... Yippee! Be kind, rewind. Oh, hello. Double swirl hag? You dirty dog. Of course I have double swirl hag for you, babe.
Oh.
Looks great. I'm sure it is. I'm sure, King. I'm sure. Yeah, I love how they made the names. So they probably made like... It appears they've put heaps of different words in a generator. And then gone, alright, it's just gonna randomly generate words. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Because some are quite funny.
Wait, you just airdropped some shit to me.
Alright, cool. Ooh. So, all the horror movies are going to be put out today.
Oh.
10 random movies mixed. Any holographic? I don't really need to buy that. I can save my money. Hi.
Oh.
Popcorn, yeah. Have I sold? Have I got some money yet? Must be close. Let's see. Has this been updated? 10 popcorns. Has to be sooner. 250 movies. That should be close. Does it tell me? View all achievements. 219 apparently. We're getting there. Thank you. I gotta close, guys. Thank you. Moonbike chocolate. Yep, just step over me, babe. Thank you. Alright, good session, guys. Rentals, movies. Interesting. Level 10? Alright, it's still Halloween. I can't believe it also. That makes me happy. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll just do this first. Here's our friend. Hello? How are you? Hey, Queen. Don't look at me like that. Great. Oh. Thank you. Okay, I'll go pee. She's starting work. I'll be back. Oh, my leg.
Guys, I've had some alcohol. Guys, I'm getting sloshed and everything.
He's like, no. She shook.
Let me sip.
You shook the drinks. No, she shook them.
I'm dry.
Is that juice, maybe? So we thought that we translated it. Like, what? Chris and I have like 9 of them. We're on one. Also, you know what's crazy? Maybe this is like a California thing. We got, was it 8 drinks? We went to the convenience and we got 8 drinks for $8. Yeah, it's so cheap. Also, you can just drink it. Yeah. Guys, for reference, in California, beers. Did you smell again?
Australia. This
Low-
will be
low-
$15.
low to sweet.
Oh my god.
Level 4 hype train. Guys, it's your fault.
What's the shit? What's the shit?
Yeah, I refuse to share chat. So we found the best gummies ever. So what's your favorite one?
Oh, thank you.
Remove the hand, I need this. Share my tray.
Okay, Rebecca with the hair.
Isn't that stanky? Bring it back, bring it back.
I was doing a stanky leg, and then he flipped the camera, and I was still stanking it up. So I'm gonna give you something else.
So you're gonna hurt yourself.
I'm 30 now.
Oh shit, we're not open. Fuck. Trish. I keep forgetting that about this game. At least the time doesn't start. Floppy, we might do an arc cap.
In there and it somehow got lost in translation. They massaged my feet.
My bad, guys. We might do an arc cap, but also I'm not sure.
Sorry to say this, finger.
This has not felt like 6 hours though.
They punched the fuck out of my feet. They beat the shit out of my back.
I'm personally having a great time. Hi, Dave.
No, Bantam's like, I was like, so first of all, I thought something.
The background is so the background video is so funny. Oh. Okay.
We do a live.
We're back. Not the howl. Guys, have you enjoyed this game? I mean, that's a silly question because you're here, aren't you? But I've really enjoyed this game more than I thought I would. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doopsies. Sometimes you gotta ride the wave of whatever. Whatever, I guess. I don't know. Kegzilla's crazy. Katie, right? It's just vibey. It's just a good vibe. I don't know. I guess because I can yap as well. Well, I've already been live 6 hours, so I could skip a cap. Like, it wouldn't bother me if I didn't play. I didn't do anything else today. This one and Zootopia Poker with Guns. Oh, that was fun yesterday too. Yeah. But I will say I will do an arc cap tomorrow if I don't end up switching today. The plan tomorrow is Games with Gran. And then I'm thinking about something about Games with Gran. Then I'm thinking about a bit of this and then arc tomorrow. That's my idea. And then next week, I promise, will be Red Dead, Pocopia, this, DBD, Arc. So we will go back to Red Dead, I promise. It wasn't on purpose today. It wasn't on purpose. I just ended up having a blast. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doopsie. Oops. Floppy, I have in the past. Maybe not for a while. It's more so like, I like this dump that I've done. And I'm not talking about feces. Like, a Japan post, I'll definitely look back at and be like, ah, that was a good post. Great memories, you know? Is there? I don't think so. Is it going to come out though, maybe? Okay, aww. Twink, get it. I think it would be smart for them to add multiplayer. For sure.
Oh no, my ass got bigger in Spain. Oh shit! I didn't know that worked that way.
But I'm interested. Eb.
Space Ass is a great name for a
I love
movie.
that you play. Like, you own that alert, I feel. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you. My ass did get bigger in space. You're right.
Yo, it takes a lot.
Crazy. Thank you, doll. That is super kind. I really bloody appreciate it. Oh my god, I thought that was, Oh, I have so much porn now. Crazy sentence by me. Sorry. I kind of want to take this off then. Yay. Yeah. Think about it. Did I? Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed my porn. Damn it. Great alert. Thank you, doll. Thank you, Eb. That's super kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I missed porn, although we do have a lot of porn, to be fair. But I did miss the day. Damn it. Hey, doll, what's the problem? I wish I had a bat. Look at this guy. Hi. Next waiting, please. Don't stop looking at me. Hi. I missed my pawn. I did. I missed the pawn day, guys. Although I'm making shmoney. Let's buy some shelves. He's side-eyeing me. Like, chill, daddy. Daddy, chill. Oh, yeah, it's happening. You should do it because life's worth living, John. Oh, yeah. Stinky, Daddy, chill. The aisles are slowly forming, guys. The aisles are slowly forming. I don't like the way this looks. Just know that. I don't like the way this looks. But for now, we're just letting it happen. Because I need more money. But once I have the money, I'll be able to decorate this perfectly. I won't even lie, I like it. I love it, right? I just want more of them. So I'm going to... Drama. Yes. What do you expect, babe? Action. How I miss going to Video Easy, right? Ugh. Oh my god, Bexley!
Put your ass away, child!
The ass is out, babe. You know I can't.
Bexley just subscribed.
Thank you, doll. That's really kind. How are you? Happy 9. Look at us go. We're doing it. We're doing it to him. We're bloody doing it. On mobile, it's the little, I think there's 3 dots, doll. Thank you, Bexley. How are you, doll? Thank you. Not the emote. Sorry. That's my bad. Oh. The scientist and his gambler. What doll?
Huh?
Alright. But I die every time I type a normal one. I'm so sorry. It does make me laugh. I'm sorry, and I know I'm taking advantage because, you know, you don't know what it's turning into. So I do apologize for my... I apologize, but also get wrecked. You know what I mean? But no, I am actually sorry. I know I'm like joking right now, but like, whoopsies. My bad, guys. I'm gonna see if I like the purple. Like the round, sorry. I'm not too sure. I always cry. I don't know. It might be different now. I've always cried with The Notebook every time in Bridge to Terabithia. We do a chat lab with me in Melbourne next time? Of course. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Chat lab is so funny. Chap lap.
You're gonna hurry. You're gonna hurry it up.
Let's do this. Do I do a whole Christmas thing? Next to action? Is that crazy? That's adult. Mandy Moore. I'm not too sure. Wait, Stinky, yes. Those are big offenders, and I'm so sorry. But also... This is my favorite bit. The thuds. The thuds go crazy. God, it's actually a blessing that I have friends that play with me. You know what I mean? I love to play. I'm a play gal. Okay, I'm gonna do the horror. Do you have any more horror to order? Mixed. What did I get? Ooh, that's a lot of horror. And Christmas, perfect. Yeah, we go crazy. Drama. Oh my god, the way I'm running around right now. John, real. I'm oblivious to an emote mobile. What you'll see on my screen is not my issue. That's so funny. Real. Scary elf flick. Real. Alright, cool. Hi! Oh my god! How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh, guys, I love when people come back into stream. People have their own lives and they might, you know, not watch Twitch all the time or whatever. So anytime I see someone come back and say hi, it tugs my heartstrings. How are you, doll? Top of the bloody morning to you. I can't believe I played this game for so much today. I can't tell you. That's when you know. That's when you know. It's kind of coming together. I just don't know whether... Do I put porn over here? A little porn corner? That's crazy. Crazy sentence. But, maybe I put a little porn corner here, guys. Can I move that? Porn! I'm living life that's for sure. I look cozy. Oh, good morning! It's so good to see you. I read that somewhere. Yeah, no, they have. I have. I do like the porn corner to be... Maybe I move this here. And then I put another bit of porn here. Crazy, crazy sentence from me, guys. Maybe I make that more porny over here. Sorry, that's crazy. More porn over here. What is it? Oh, $80 tip. Okay, Pookie. Sure. Sure, you know what you can do in this game too, by the way? No one asked, but I want to show you. you can steaming hot. Oh my god, grouping my book. So you can do this. Copy the SKU or SKU, whatever. Go to black market. See, I'm gonna buy $73. I'm gonna buy 103 for gripping my book. No way. I'm not buying that. We're going to get porn on Tuesday. Okay? My porn guy's coming through. I'm not doing it. Rainbow sign for the porn? Oh, yes, 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 yes. I kind of like the Blockbuster porn sign. My porn guy is coming. Listen, ladies, ladies. Hi, Avo as well. Sorry. Guys, my store is better than ever. I can't fathom. Reserved. Alright, drama. We're doing it. I love the work being put in by chat here. No, they are the greatest of all time, if I can say that. You did have a porn guide, true. Did I feel my phone vibrate? It's vibrating so strong. Rewind, of course. Do I make this more sci-fi? Or I should make a romance thing. Ooh. Babe, now's not the time, Charlotte. Come on.
Hey.
Hi. Yeah, you broke it. You broke it, you bought it. Chat, be honest. If you lived through VHS tapes, I was a rewinder because I was scared. I rewound. We couldn't afford the fee. Can't wait to meet the porn guy. You're gonna love him. Oh, you're gonna absolutely love him. Are you guys down? Hear me out. We are playing games with Gran in the morning. Are you down for some of this after games with Gran? Ooh, more horror. Perfect. I think we're gonna do gnomes, but I want to convince her to play some... No! Double swirl hag! Oh, that's heartbreaking. I knew the day would come. It's my favorite porno in-game. Oh. Oh. Guys, you know what we have to do now. Oh my god, that is heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking. Oh my god. Market value 1950. $73, but I mean you buy greatness, guys. We can't get rid of double swirl hag. We have 2 copies, obviously. They got good use out of it. Damn it. Very down though. If you needed to get to Red Dead, I wouldn't be disappointed. No. No, yes, we are Axel. So, I mean, I could even be itching for Red Dead tomorrow, but because it wouldn't start till 9 PM Eastern and a lot of people go to bed by then, I wanted to save Red Dead for early next week. So if you're in Oz, it will be Monday or Tuesday. And then if you're in America, it will be Sunday or Monday. We're continuing Red Dead. Red Dead's not over, I promise. Because next week we are doing Red Dead Redemption. We are doing Pacopia. We'll do more of this. We'll do DBD. We'll do Ark. And that's probably our 5 games we'll be playing. Yeah, don't worry. I still want to play Red Dead. This wasn't, on the menu today, and then I remembered it came out, and I was like, fuck, I really want to play it. What if you're on Oz? We have the same days, right, Heinz? So it's... Is it Thursday for you? But yes, no, Red Dead, I promise, guys. Trust me. I want to continue it. I just fell into this, and I thought, you know what? I get to yap to you guys more. When I play Red Dead, I have to lock in, and I really just felt like yapping. I think I needed a yap. Good night, Floppy. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm excited. Thursday. Okay, yeah. Then it would be Monday or Tuesday for you when I do the other stuff. You may miss it. You might get the tail end, actually. I'll still be playing Red Dead by this time, so you might see some. But I am doing... I would say it's a very good chance. I've done 10 streams in a row, so there's a chance that I might not, but I really want to. I want to do on Saturday a night stream, which would be a morning stream for you. Because I love those. I know. I missed you guys too. I had I did a lot on in Feb, so I had my 30th, and I didn't get to stream as much because I was doing stuff for my birthday, which is great, but also I miss you guys. So so it's good to be back with everyone. Yeah, hi, let's see. I don't remember the last time we spoke, but it's so good to see you. No way! Are you joking? Oh my god, time has flown. I haven't spoken to you in a year and a half. Holy shit, time's gone so quick. Oh my god, so much has happened in a year and a half. Wow. So good to see you. It didn't feel like that long, but it makes sense, I guess. Yeah, Stinky, look at what we're doing it. We're really doing it.
Wow.
What do you need, babe? Color got hotter? Well, I don't know about that. But I am 30 now. I hit 30, so it's just been a while. Oh my god! Wait, we're both old now and thriving. My appliance at school.
You naughty boy.
Axel.
Axeltera has gifted a sub to Heinrichser.
That's really lovely. Thank you. That is super kind. Thank you for doing that. I do want to do more. I was going to do a night stream last night, guys. And then I was at my desk ready to stream, and it was like 11 p.m. And if you don't know, I've been streaming a lot since I've gotten back, and I've been doing a lot of editing. So I haven't really been getting big sleeps. I've been grinding a bit. I love it. But I was at my desk at 11 p.m. about to stream. And I was like, oh, I really want to stream. And I was like, Carla, you are so tired. You can barely keep your eyes open. Like, you can stream tomorrow, babe. Stop it. Get some sleep. So yeah. But I do want to do more afternoon night streams. I miss them a lot. I get to see different people and stuff, so.
Hey.
But yes, I got very lucky. I wasn't going to be able to play Pokopia, which is fine. Like, no biggie, but I know a lot of people were asking, so I'm very, like, grateful that Nintendo was so lovely to me and said, you know what? Yes. Because they could have gone, absolutely not. I was about to say, sleep is amazing. No, skip it. Exactly. But no, I really wanted to. But I will. I definitely will do more. I'm in my groove. Heaps on YouTube coming. I have part 1 of my Red Dead gameplay going up later tonight.
Okay, so Carla refuses to use the bidet. Yo, matter of fact, go try the bidet right now and come back and let us know Wait, do a live reaction of the bidet. Just film your face.
No, that's crazy. That's just fucking crazy. No, she's never tried a bidet yet, and it's like, hey,
Listen.
in Japan, do it.
Have you turned the bidet up, guys? Have you turned the bidet up to max? Have you done the moving option? You know,
I would film my face for it. I would film my face for it.
No, it does like a circle around
Yeah.
it.
Bring your
I
own
can't.
phone in and film the
This has been playing for what, 5 hours, I think? Okay, let's end. Let's go. Yippee! Fantasy! Woo! Did you email them, explain your recent Pokemon fan with large following on Twitch? So what happened? Yeah, no, Axel. So this is what happened. Sully. That's epic. So you can put your YouTube video on the video, which is cool. So this is what happened. I have new management. They are the best people in the world. I was with another good group of people, but they were American. So my opportunities were all in America, and obviously I'm Australian. So it didn't really make sense. And I've wanted to join Australian management for a while. I've had my eyes on this team for like a year. The best people you can think of working for this team. And I reached out. I just messaged one of my one of the people in management, and I was like, hey, this is a stretch. I know this. I don't expect this to happen at all. But do we have a friendship with Nintendo? Because if so, I would love to do some work with them in exchange for a Switch. My community really want to see Pokopia, or Pokopia, whatever. I just can't afford a Switch 2 right now, which is the truth. I would have bought it myself if I could, but I'm in the hole. And they were like, look, no promises, but we'll just message them. I was like, okay, cool. And then wham bam, thank you ma'am, they were interested. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. And then a level on top of that, I got a bloody controller, the webcam, and Mario Kart World, and some Ditto goodies. Like, they literally went, hey babe, have everything. I was like, what? Thank you. Like, it's just so lovely of them, because I expected a no. You know, because I didn't have Aussie contacts for 2 years in my other management. I would go to them and be like, hey, do you have contacts and blah, blah, blah. But they didn't. Of course they wouldn't. They're American. So it's nice being able to contact Aussie brands and get an answer, you know. And I did not expect them to say yes. I really didn't. So, yeah. I would love to do that, Axel. I would love to do that. Thanks, Avo. And my name, you like that? No, they were really lovely, John, and they just wanted me to post about it, which I would do anyway. And then when I do play Pokopia, I'll mention in my title that I was gifted by Nintendo ANZ. So, just a fair, like in I guess, for this stuff, it was a fair exchange in the sense of like, they're getting me posting about it, they're going to be in my title, stuff like that. They didn't expect anything else from me, which is very sweet, but I'm still going to like thank them every day, you know. That's so sweet, Dill. What the hell? That's very, very sweet and wholesome. Are you sick? Yeah, I'll give you a pay rise. Get to work, babe. All right, what's on for this? It's winter. Drama, Blue Monday, New Release Day, and Porn Day. Come meet Santa, Valentine's. Huge. Anyway, let me get quickly Fantasy. That's cool, you get some free stuff as well. No, exactly, Axel. Hand on my heart, I expected them to go, no, probably not, babe, soz. And I would have gone, okay, cool, black, so fair. And it wouldn't have been a big deal that I didn't play on stream. But I knew that I wanted to play and you guys wanted to see it. And there is no way, like, there's no way I can afford all that, you know? And that's just the truth. I've had so much time off. So, not a big deal if I didn't play it, but, you know, I kept getting asked and I was like, oh no, I can't really deliver that at the moment. I don't think it's a coincidence, Trish. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. It's not. They do have their own display. My Christmas movies are here. You know what I like? The timer doesn't start until you're ready. So I'm going to get the store ready. That's my porn section. Let me get another one of these. Crazy sentence by me. These are my this is my holographic wall. Oh, that's not centered. Didn't even notice that. Okay, and then I want to buy some holographic stuff. If there's anything. Yup. It's XXXmas this year. Yeah, funny. Uh-oh, we got a funny pal over here. Any other holographic? Okay, so what am I going to do here? It just doesn't feel right here. I like the porn section. I think I need to move this. This feels kind of like what's going on. I do like the horror. Oopsies. Oh, that's cool. Maybe they can buy this here because it's... Yeah. And then maybe I make this the horror section? Can I put something... How much is that coffin? I liked it when the middle one was more forward. Wait, which one? The middle one? Oh, this one being forward? Are you meaning that or are you talking shit? Actually, that's kind of cute. Once they're all filled, that's kind of cool. You're right. Do we have a scary decoration like the coffin? $50. Jesus. Why is that so cheap? You're gonna get jump scared? Please don't. I like your vision. Is that cheesy or no? Back me up, chat. I actually like your vision. Do we make this a red wall for horror? Maybe. Well, that's kind of a vibe. Can I paint the coffin? Why am I scared that something's gonna happen over here? Although the wood's kind of nice. No, I do like that. That's nice. It's coming together. I think another two things here would be nice. Yeah, it does fuck. I like that. Yeah, these are not new releases anymore. This is the only new release, but I kind of like the posters everywhere. If you're scared when you look at the horror section, they did it right. True. The coffin's just weird as hell. Oh, I know. I can get rid of romance because that's annoying me there. Romance can have its own section. And then do we make another sci-fi? Do we make another sci-fi wall? Oh. A romance. Well, we should do like a... Yeah, like a mini... Wait. Hold. I don't think we can fit both here. But maybe we can do... don't like it still being here, maybe. Wait, I'm gonna move that. I don't like that. Maybe I should do Christmas, like you said, but here. I do a Christmas wall. We do need more space. Let's save up for one of these. Maybe we save for the 750? Okay, for now, I'm going to take this off. Do we have room here? No, we don't. So maybe I'll change this to here. I'll put Christmas here. Oh, wait. Action. Yeah. Christmas wall, can you add... Oh, wait. Christmas light deco. Let me see. That's a good point. Because sci-fi's here. I don't know. Do we have any Christmas stuff? Oh, I think we do. Ah, Nutcracker. How big is it, though? Let's see. Ooh, that's really cute.
I just saw you.
Wait, it's kind of cute. It's kind of cute to decorate the shop. Wait, hold. What if the Xmas goes where the hotel the Hell Motel is? Oh wait, let me see. Hold. Hell Motel? Oh, Christmas here? What am I doing? Hold. Christmas here? Let me see. Or maybe we do green, green, red. What do we like better? Yeah, sci-fi does need two big displays. You're truing. The Nutcracker can be near the pawn too, for obvious reasons. Crazy comms by me. We're in reorganizing hell, but I love it. Quiz, that would scare me as well. Yeah, we're merging Christmas and Xmas. I like that, actually. I like this. Let me move this over here a little bit. We don't even need this poster anymore. For now, I think we're cooking here a little bit. I might change this. That's funky. Wonder if that... Oh, okay. Although it is kind of a vibe. Oh, not too green. That breaks it up a little bit. I don't know whether to commit to... Oh, no, thank you. I don't know if I should commit to this Christmas bit here. I think that's too... It's too, like... For now, I'm just gonna suss that out. Stinky, thank you, doll. Do we need that extra display of porn? Yeah, I need more porn. Now, that's crazy to say. But... here's the thing. I would put the porn just here, but this sign can't be put there because of the TV. So I was thinking of making double porn. I think this is cool, guys. We're getting there. The pause for porn, listen. Alright, let's go, guys. It is Monday. We have 2 days until we see our porn guy. We're really doing it. What's the Alien Day? Alien Day is UFO sighting. More sci-fi rentals. Guys, this is crazy. I gotta buy more Christmas. My bad. It's kind of fun decorating the store. Oh, sorry. My bad, guys. Okay, no need. Don't bend. Yep, good. Thank you. Alright, good. Okay. Romance. Christmas. Romance. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for clipping. I appreciate that. Guys, how have I been playing 7 hours and counting of this game? Fuck. Hi, kid. How are you? Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad you had a great time. Amazing. Everything and more. Butt shot. They're always bending. Alright, Christmas. Drama. New release. Oh, we need her. Drama. Drama. New release. Christmas. Hold. Yeah, it's not exhausting. You're right. Because you know how some... I mean, I want to make more money in this game. We're getting there. But you know how, like... I feel like... Like, even stocking the shelves just then. Like, the snack shelves. So easy, you know? It's not like, oh... Like, Supermarket Sim, love that game. Love it. Exhausting to play for me now. Love it. Great game. Great game. I'm not being like a full hater, because that game gave me a lot of happiness. But exhausting. Girl, you better not be sleeping. I gave you a pay rise. What the hell? Oh. Guys, I'll be real with you today. I was like, okay, well, you know, I'll behave. I'll do like 4 or 5 hours today. Whoopsies. An old classic. Oh.
Oh.
He was shredded very. Man, that's so funny. He was the headliner, and him and. Oh, dancing! I really want to see people live for a boogie. Me too, because I got to see you guys. Sugar coma? Fuck. You're right. Romance, romance, romance. Yippee! God damn it. It is right up my alley. You're right. It is perfect. Has everything I want. Upload your own movie cover and title. I know you can somehow. I've only uploaded this thing on the TV. That was pretty good once I figured it out. But apparently you can. Unless I read wrong, I think you can upload your own movie, which I would love to do. I just haven't done it yet, but I'd probably do it off stream and then surprise everyone with it. The Christmas section's so cute. Fantasy movie. Ooh. Ooh. Yep. I know you can. I read something, but I'll figure it out. Upload some funky paint drawing. Yeah, something cool. No, John, feel free. Guys, you know I don't mind backseating. All I ask is it's not like, which you never do, by the way, guys. You know when a random will come in here and that's all they do? They're just like, no, do this, do this, do this. No, that's shit. Do this. I don't like that, but I'm all for a collab. You know that. Like someone came in yesterday when I was playing Ark and they were like, your aim is shit. I just ignored it because it's like, I say my aim is crap. I don't, like, that's, like, I don't care. So I just ignored them because, like, there's no point giving them what they want. And then they were like, you should leave now. And I'm like, I'm going to ignore that as well. Like, I don't, what do you want me to say to that? Oh, sorry. Thank you, sir, for, maybe you can teach me how to aim better in a video game. Like, what do you want me to say? Chris, so fair. Fine, but you know you can, though. Like, everyone, you guys are so lovely that I don't care. I like your suggestions. When you're rude, that's when I don't like it, but you're never rude. Where the clearance bit is, rotate at 180, maybe put it against the first purple aisle display. So, where is it? Hold. Oops. Let me put this away. Like that? Like that? Hi Sierra. How are you, doll? Yeah, kitten, because you can do this, so you can make these signs, which is very blockbustery. No, I know, Carl. I know. I know you guys, like, I'm talking about a first-time chatter who's being rude, because, like, what's the joke? What do you guys think? I don't mind it. I just wish it was a bit thicker, these... Unless I did that to thicken up the area a little bit. You know what I mean? But I don't know if that works because then there's a hole in the middle. Let's see. You never know. It might be a vibe. I don't hate that. You know what'd be funny? Have this man staring at you when you buy. What you buying there? We could do another shelf. Wonder what this would look like. Wait, it fits. That's crazy. Wait. The Nutcracker, and it fits out here too. Oh yeah, see, that was a collab, guys. We collabed. Oh my god. Wait, I like that little guy here. That's really cool. Wonder if it changes to new release if I put it here. No, it goes to sci-fi. Okay. Perfect fit. I love when a game actually has a perfect fit for things. Like, you can't tell me that half of the Sims we've played, and I love them, wouldn't have made, like, there's no way. That's too perfect. Oh my god. It's amazing. Okay, let's close. Wow. That's so cool. We'll figure that out. We just create a space by using more space. Yeah. But it works. We could put the new releases here, but I want my porn area. Wait, let me see something. A couch! Oh, cuck couch! I wonder if I can put... Hold. Can I put anything on that? Because I would love to put one of the porn stuff on it. Damn it. Oh, skew. Yes, I can put my favorite porno on there. Sorry. I threw the DVD at it, my bad.
Every bathroom is the size of my ass. So I can't go anywhere. I'm literally stuck. This one too. Yeah, no, everywhere. Dude, the ramen bathroom is so small.
Yeah. Double swirl hag in the building. Guys, wait. I'm wasting money, but imagine a cuck chair in the porn zone.
This is Carla's reaction to today for the first time. She's had a dry hole this whole time.
I haven't had a dry hole.
She said drywall.
No, that looks bad. Wait.
Oh no.
No. I want to put it here, but I can't.
No, it takes a lot to start.
I don't know if I...
Yeah, it does that.
I can't... Wait, guys, I kind of like that. I mean, it makes no sense, but... And then let's do something else here. Hold. Just trust me. Just trust the process. Damn, there's no pain, but love is cool. Don't be shy, porn here. Plant. I like the love heart. Let me open the store. Actually, let me get this started first. I can't believe how deep, pun intended, this playthrough is getting. There's no peen. Love is cool. Yeah. New release, Christmas, new release, Queen Nutcrackers. That's hot. Drama. What day is it today? Monday. So tomorrow's our porn guy, guys.
Why are you doing whiskey?
No, we actually did go really hard, but in my defense, it looks really nice. It looks really good. You gotta spend money to make money. I can't believe how far we've gotten today. Satan and his ghost. Oops. Drama. Hi.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm very invested in the store. Me ordering Popeyes. Reserves. Okay. We are all up to date as much as we can be. Fantasy. Science fiction. It's our store for real. Love. Good Christmas movie. You got it. Alright, cool. So we have our horror thing. We have our porn. We have a holographic. Speaking of, let me see if there's any. I kind of like the wood. Pun intended. Plus it's porn, right? So wood, you know. Let's buy that. Fantasy. Ooh. Fantasy. Ooh. 10 random movies. I don't really need to do this. So I won't. I nearly did. I nearly did. Holographic. I said. Nice. And then fantasy. Fantasy. I kind of want to buy the random films. Wait, I can sell some. Wait, no. No, Hein, I kind of want to do that, but I don't have enough. I'm going to buy the random movies. Alright, drama. Drama. Action. We did need more fantasy, so that works. Science fiction. Science fiction. Fantasy. Horror. Drama. Action. She's asleep. I can hear her. Babe, come on.
Hey.
Science fiction. I'm gonna sell some of these because we have too many of them. Yep. You can sell these. I'm still going, Mickey. Oh no. We're so back, Ari. Yes. We're so back. Is there any extra that I can sell here? Yes, that's an extra. I'm not selling my porn. Stunning. Guys, I need this so bad. yell at you, but you okay? Yeah, do you like my store now? We're getting there. Oh. The ninja keg.
Ooh.
Oh. That movie has been played, hi sweetie, so many times. Alright, let's go through these. Yeah, it's been playing for I think 5 hours. I need more horror. Fantasy. Drama. Old drama.
Oh.
Love the idea that I love the idea that nobody asks you to change the movie because everyone loves it. I think we're all just vibing with it, you know?
I saw your dick. I just saw your acorn.
Hello, horror section small. Where are you looking? Although I would like some more horror. You're right. Couple of horror. Oh, we got a holographic in there. That's kind of cool. I kind of want to sell the holographic. How much is that selling for? 11. I may as well keep it. Christmas, baby. Ooh, oh my god. Sorry, man.
Wow.
Wow. We're rental, but we have a clearance sale here too. But mainly rental. What's the time? 4:30, wow. All right. Yeah. Have you played the whole time? Yeah, whoopsies. We've kind of been a bit naughty. But hey, long stream, that's okay.
Biddies? For me?
Great.
Never.
Breaking news. Hello, I'm Conrad Collins from 7 News Sydney. I'm getting breaking news that a local video store owner of Daddy's Far VHS. It seems like the owner Carla is making her employee work long hours on very little sleep.
Not true.
The Yahoo is on the scene now. Take it away, Connie.
Connie is a piece of shit. I'm not doing anything. She can leave whenever she wants. She gets paid really good. Thanks, Kyle. I really bloody appreciate it. Can I get Dads with Cans Volume 9? Yes. Yes, you can. Oh, getting some snacks, are we, sir? Good. Good. David, Ashley came in every week. I'm sick. I'm sick. No, you're not, babe. You just started work. We have a business to run. I gave her some time off. And she kept, oh, I feel sick again. Why'd you come in? You know what I mean? If she didn't come in because she was sick, that's fine. But she showed up. Oh, Draconic Park. Yes. Thank God. You can, Mickey. Once they're off the clock, listen. Listen. Wait, bad backs. That kind of sounds sexual, but I'm not gonna do that. I'll put it here. Great movie. I've been saying that. New releases. All right, let's get our movies back. Always late, this lot. Always bloody late. All right. I can tell my eyes are starting to get really glossy from playing this game, but in a great way. I can't believe I played it for this long. I mean, I can. It's great. Yeah, I don't know why either. I like it too. I'll probably look. I'm either doing 8 hours or 9 hours. One or the other. I'm up early tomorrow with Games with Gran, so I probably should get a good snooze. Oops, I keep doing that. I used to. I don't know where they went. Oh my god, David, you did. How was your shift? Oh, it's so cold outside. That's cute. Drama. Yippee! Looking so good in here. The Cow Juice Freak Show. You're coming home with me. Ooh. I'm so efficient that most of the time I'm not doing anything. Perfect.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Thanks, Conrad. I'm Connie Cummins, coming from You Live from outside the store of Daddy's Faves. I spoke to an employee who would like to remain anonymous. That says, the owner Carla throws VHS tapes at them. Not only that, but inside sources says that the Otto is looking into the owner's financed records, that they may be committing tax fraud. Back to you, Conrad.
The funny thing is I only have one employee. And they're sleeping on the job right now. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you for the report. I needed that. I needed that. Guys, do you need any porn? Over here. There's an ex-employee with a grudge. Action and bad. Ooh. Ooh. That was Connie, not Kyle. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, oh my back. Big stretch. I'm getting the quality corn, guys, please. Getting blamed for the news is crazy.
Hey.
Hey guys.
Ooh.
It's porn day, yep, so we can get the porn in 8 hours. Which is crazy to say.
Oh.
Bad action.
Oh.
The porn is getting a lot of woos, true. Hey guys, enjoy. I did, Kyle. I did. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget. Guys, I really want badly my porn guy to arrive, and I hope he has more porn titles for me. I could buy more porn titles, but like this market value is 19. You know? And then what's 73 for it? Even though Double Swirl Hag is worth it. You know? What's that? Is that holographic? It looks fun as hell. It's not.
We got, was it 8 drinks?
Oh my god.
The convenience, and we got 8 drinks for $8.
Yeah, it's so cheap here. Also, you can just drink.
Yeah. Guys, for reference, in California, one beer is $7.
2 feet of snow there.
One moment. I can sell this. We have a couple of copies. Action. 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 Horror. Exactly. I know, Sully, same. I'm like... I don't know why I kind of like it though. Or more porn?
Okay, Rebecca with the hair.
Late as well. Romance. Science. Drama. Double Swirl Hag. Action. Christmas. Horror. I know. Like Double Swirl Hag being normal to us is crazy.
No, I went in there and it somehow got lost in translation. They massaged my feet for 60 minutes. And then they beat it.
I don't think you can yet, but I think they'll add that. This one gets rented out heaps. David. I wish. Oh shit, new release. Check this out. The porn guy's here, guys. The porn guy's here. Play cool, play cool, play cool.
No, she.
Come on, I want 3 titles. My sweet and tasty mind reader. Let me kiss my milk. That's one for Chris in Vegas. I'll buy them all, thank you. Perfect. Daddy's favorite. Can I rent it right now? Just going back to pick up your new release customer. Yep. John, isn't it cool? Look, we're getting there. Oh. We're doing it. Hi, Peachy. How are you doing? I can't believe we've been going for this long playing this game. Oh my god. Crumbling ever so slowly.
Waterboarding my ass for 30 minutes.
I hate when this comes up to me and I go, I'm using the day yet, and I go, no, and he's like, ooh.
Porn merchant. The days are so quick. Do you have more? God damn it. Really? What? John, okay. Yummy. I'll probably do a couple more days and then I have to pry my hands away from this game. Because I'm streaming early tomorrow. I'm so naughty. Oh, we're going to save up for this. Or this. 1 AM. Sorry you can't sleep, doll. Not good. Good to see you, though. Hope you get some sleep. I always say if I can't sleep that I'm going to stream, and then I end up falling asleep in 2 minutes. We almost have the cotton candy machine. Uh-oh. My appliance at school. I will soon, I promise. Gotta be good. Oh, they're on the phone. Fantasy. Who's this?
How was it?
Compañero, vengan.
The first time.
I will reserve for you. Oops. Scientist and his gambler. Monkey. Cars 2? Fine. I have a special copy at the back. Hi, Luke. I normally stream around 7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, it does that.
Or like 10 p.m. my time. Or I'll start early like I did today.
Yeah, no shit.
But I have been doing some afternoon streams. Hey.
No.
So for some of you, it's in the morning. But I would say around 7 p.m. Eastern, I usually start.
Let me say psych.
Oh, the drama's filling up. Look at us go. We're doing it. Wow. I can't believe I've been streaming for this long. My eyes are starting to feel it. Oh no, my porn. But I've had the best time.
You can't increase the water pressure. Sometimes it goes really.
So I can't be mad. Oh yeah, the flow. The flow state of sim games. So real. That's so funny. I'm definitely in a flow state now. That's so funny. You caught me. drama filling up is bad though, right? People aren't renting them anymore. I think... Oh, she's asleep. What's happening? We are in winter. Oh. I think drama usually is the most rented. It might just be a winter thing, maybe. Because everything that's coming back is a mix. Which is interesting. All hail the gnome. We're pretty full, which is nice. I don't think we have any doubles. Crazy. Merchant! I get my glit out. It's crazy. Well, I like what we've done. This is quite nice.
Hey.
I'm really enjoying it. What are we gonna have for dinner tonight? Doesn't it look nice? I'm loving it. Like, it's getting there. It's getting the vibe. Once I expand, it'll be even better. Tomorrow, I'll probably work on saving up even more. So I can get all my juice.
Yes.
I can't believe I played this long today. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Wait, she's going crazy.
That's great.
Crazy. Okay. The purple's nice. I like it. I like keeping the posters too. So retro. Because we are in winter. So we have Christmas movies going crazy on Thursday. Well, tomorrow. And then a new release. Friday the 13th. Holidays. Blue Monday. Drama rental's going to go crazy. I cracked myself up. Do you know why? No one asked. Well, I don't know. Hear me out. The reason is I black out. That stream is a prime example. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know where I was. Like, that was a crazy stream. So when I see little moments of that video, it cracks me up because I'm like, who are you, bro? Like, what was wrong? Are you okay? Like, it was just it was a stream. It was a stream. I guess porn is on. We'll probably do 2 more days and then I'll pry myself away. The Nutcracker peeking out. I know, I love that. What you buying there? Jesus.
Oh.
I feel like that's gonna open up and scare me. That's what he looked like to me. Jesus. Hey, nice sweater, babe. Oh, matching. One of you have to change. That's crazy. Stinky, I don't know why I can do that. I think I'm just built different. Hey, girl.
Hey.
Charlotte, you're popping off, okay? Remember that. Don't listen to Kyle. Dude came in high as fuck.
Hi.
Hi.
You're gonna hurt. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Hello. Tape dealer calling. I think the police might be onto me. And I need to get rid of some cash. Here, take 60 bucks. Okay. Crazy. crazy. Any new releases here? Maybe. Let's see. I don't think we have any new releases. I can hear myself. Any new releases or what? Damn. Oh, the small expansion? Oh, we have to unlock this one first. Boo! Boo! Okay. 1500. We'll probably get the expansions tomorrow.
Bro, I just saw your dick. I just saw your acorn.
Your acorn is... I just realized you said that. Oh my god, Nell, proud of you. Wait, you did that? I gotta clean up myself later. Hell yeah. Okay, pop off. My pleasure. I'm glad you've liked the long stream. I didn't expect to do this today. I was gonna do a small stream. There was a point with this game. I was having a great time, but I was like, oh, I might have to change game. Like, it might not be everyone's flavor, and then I've just kept playing it. Crazy. Okay, it's porn day. So I make about $2.70 a day. Con candy machine! Sorry. Aw, we can meet Santa. Santa's slim thick. What happened? Hi, Santa. Hey, King. Really love seeing you. So useful. All right, thank you. Enjoy, guys. Cotton candy. Oh, wait, that's a good idea. Ooh. Okay, it doesn't work. Santa? Okay. You can't. Your store isn't open. Oh, my bad. Hey, everyone. Santa is looking dehydrated.
Wow.
You can't be sick, I need you. Thank you. My bad.
Oh.
Why are we laughing? Okay. It is, yeah, peachy. At first, when you first play it, it's kind of like, okay, I'm selling 3 DVDs, you know? And then it gets to the point where you're selling different amount of genres. So if you've just come in so fair, you're like, what are you doing? But it's actually not, I promise. Because it's basically just genres and putting stuff back on the shelf. Complain at the counter, exactly. Oh, bodybuilder, my bad. Ooh. Where is she? Where is she? Oh. Motherfucker. Oh, alphabetize. Now that would be complicated. Holy shit. Unacceptable. Guys, my porn guy's here today. I'm so excited. Why did I buy that? That was so not worth it. I just got excited. My bad. Listen, working for Carlo is crazy. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All new releases. Well, the line for Santa's heating up. No, the progression is really good. You honestly don't have much to start with. Thank you. Thank you, my goats. They are freaky looking, but I love them. They are freaky fucks. Old science fiction.
Oh.
The ad for this movie, they will kill you. Great. At least they warn you. Huh? I hope I can buy heaps of porn in game today. One moment, sir. No, Stinky, I know, Joel. That's funny. Psychotic Cookie. Oh, I love that movie. Ooh. Oh! Yeah, straight to the point with their movie titles. Oh. Oh. The cassette body snatchers. Oh.
Oh.
Chucky vibes? Yeah, true. Basically. Guys, the porn guy's here in a few minutes. I wonder if it's all randomized for every player. Because it's just like a generator. Like just random. So I wonder if people get different vibes. Well, same vibes but different stuff. Porn guy! Would you have been going on 8 sections of the game if there wasn't a porn section? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe. Maybe. But for the bit, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Oh my god. All right, someone in a Santa hat. Cute. Fantasy, respectable answer. You gotta be on it. Porn guy's here. One sec, guys. What do you got for me, baby? My clairvoyant, a woman's fantasy. You caught my singer. Alright, give me all of it. Sorry. Give me all of it. Yep. Fill it up. Fill it up, guys. Clown theater play. Porn guy. Let me do this real quick. There we go. Where's one about the stiff pickle? Did it break? Oh, squeezing werewolf? Or the dentist in good hands? Remember, double swell hag is our favorite one. Ooh! What if I pull it? Nice. I love our little porn corner. They're still lining up for Santa, poor things. Oh, sure. Go for it. Enjoy, Avo. I'll probably tie things up soon. And behave. A porter, perhaps? I actually want to keep streaming and playing, but I'm also so tired and hungry. People do buy porn. They do. They do. It doesn't look like it, but that shelf's usually empty. I think because I have so many titles now that doesn't look like it. Cozy porner. But they usually do. Hi, Mikey. How are you? It is mossy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really, really want to. But I guess the good news is tomorrow is going to be a longer stream because I'm starting earlier with Gran. So I may as well just like keep some fun for us tomorrow and just tie it up today. Because I think tomorrow we'll do games with Gran. So probably burgling gnomes and DBD or no DBD. Knowing her, she won't want to. And then I want to do a bit of this. And then I do want an arc cap. So yeah. Smut is live for real. It's nice to see you, Mikey. Bloody good to see ya. Level 12! Yeah, smut is a fancy word. Alright, winter day 6. I love our little store. It is a Friday. We're gonna save. Guys, wow. Accidental nearly 8-hour stream. Guys, I'm not kidding. I started the stream thinking I would do 4 hours, 5 hours. Whoopsies. My bad. My bad. But I hope you enjoyed yourself. I did. We literally just talked shit all day. We just talked shit for nearly 8 hours playing a VHS simulator. Crazy. Tomorrow's Grand Day. And reminder, next week, I promise you, we are continuing Red Dead 2. And we're starting Procopia. And we'll continue this as well. You're bad, Alkane. It's been so good. Thank you for hanging, guys. Truly. I just really felt like this today. And I didn't intend on playing Red Dead 2. But then I was like, fuck it. We're yapping and having a good time. Screw it all to hell. You know? Accidental slapper, I know. So tomorrow we are starting earlier. Probably like between 5:30 and 6 p.m. Eastern with Gran. And then we'll end with this. And Arc. So we'll have another slapper tomorrow. And I know a Switch as well. Crazy. No, thank you guys. No, thank you guys. Thank you for popping in. Whether you popped in later, earlier, all stream. I really appreciate it. All the subbies, the biddies, all the forms of support. I really, really appreciate it. Oz, which part are you talking about, my love? Sorry, I'm hungry and tired. I'll answer though. I just forgot what I said. I can't wait, Avo. I know. I bloody can't wait. Thank you, Sully. I'm gonna go get some foods. We'll get some food. Yum, yum, yum. I will. I would have gone longer, but I feel myself feeling really tired and hungry. So I was like, okay. I really wish I went for 10 hours. Like, I want to go for longer. I know that I'm crashing. I'm like, fuck, I should just tie it up since I'm starting early tomorrow. You can see New South Wales, even though I'm Queensland. Is that for, oh, sorry, for tomorrow with Gran. It will be between, the latest I'll start tomorrow is 9 a.m. Sydney. But I really should start at 8:30 a.m. But between there, I'll start tomorrow. For sure. Thank you, Axel. I was like, I don't know what Queensland is. I'll raid Trash Guys. They're so lovely. They're playing Pacopia. So we'll say hello. They've been sick. So it'll be nice to give them some love. I think they're feeling better. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the vibes today. Again, nearly 8-hour stream. Holy crap. That's how you know a game's good. But thank you for showing up for all my streams since I've been back, guys. It's good to get a groove back. I adore you. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, guys. Yippee! God, I want to buy some more porn. I can't wait to play this tomorrow. Fuck. I'm screwed. I'm not going to play it offline. Don't worry. I won't cheat on you. I love you guys. See you tomorrow.